Hi everyone. Am I audible? Hello, hello, hello. Uh, mic test, mic test. हाय अनन्या, हाय भूमि, हाय उत्कर्ष. यार एक बार बता दो क्या आवाज आ रही है मेरी, मतलब एम आई क्लियर इनफ? अच्छा, ठीक है, कर मुझे बता कब तक. 5 मिनट जल्दी कर ले बस ये. Cool यार. Will you please share PDF of NSET question paper? We will be sharing the PDF of today's lecture, and we can't really share you the PDF of NSET question paper because uh, that's not permitted or whatever. But the questions that we are going to solve today will be very, very similar to the actual NSET paper. So don't worry on that, I'll say. So, yaar, are you all done with your boards? Like, is there anyone who still have their boards going on? And I can see only 6 people in the session, yaar. Please, if possible, share it with all your friends because I am sure this session will be really helpful for all of you who are preparing for NSET. Because the questions that we are going to solve today are almost of similar level of that of Jan attempt. So for upcoming March and April attempt, you will be uh, this session would be really helpful. Okay, Bhumi, Ananya are not done. Utkarsh is done with his boards. Cool, cool. I think there is some lag for some reason. I mean, I am not able to see your chats instantly. Uh, Let me see if there is any setting issues. ठीक है यार, एक बार फाइनल बता दो क्या मेरी आवाज आ रही है? एम आई ऑडिबल? मैं हूँ रूम नंबर 12 में। बस शांति से आना, ठीक है? या यू आर ऑडिबल टू मी? ठीक है। आई थिंक यार, बिफोर नीलम जॉइंस एंड वी स्टार्ट ऑफ विद LR सेक्शन, हल्का सा इंटरैक्ट कर लेते हैं, थोड़े बहुत चीज़ों के बारे में बात कर लेते हैं, एंड देन वी विल प्रोबेबली स्टार्ट बाय 5:15, ठीक है? So you can drop any doubts that you might be having, and I'll also take up this question, which I know a lot of you might be having, कि आपके हिसाब से कौन सा अच्छा है, AI एंड बिजनेस वाला या कंप्यूटर साइंस वाला, जिसको कोडिंग की ज़ीरो नॉलेज है? तो यार मतलब this question, this decision totally depends up to you, because both the programs have a completely different end goal, right? I mean, if you're looking for AI and business wala program, in that you are expected कि you will go into the startup track, correct? So if you are someone who already has this fascination about doing a MBA after your college, or if you are someone who wants to for sure do a startup, or wants to explore this startup space of creating their own startup, then probably AIB is a better place. But if you are someone who wants to go into core tech, who wants to go and build some crazy projects, then probably SST is a better option for you, right? Uh, for all of you, I have also made a video, so you can go and check that out also. Maybe that gives you a better clarity. Or in next few days, we'll probably conduct a live session for this, because I have been getting this doubts a lot regarding AIB versus the CS program. So maybe we can have a dedicated live session for that. Correct? Uh, Shivam had this question ki what is the Jan attempt uh, question level, LOD 1, 2, 3. So yeah, if you compare it with the last year papers, then definitely it is above 1.75 at least. Because last year the LR questions were very easy. Neelav will definitely walk you through all the questions. So in that process, he will be explaining ki why are they tougher. In fact, the questions are more lengthier than tougher if you look at it. But yeah, we will see how to approach such questions. Now I think Neelav is also ready, but before we start off, uh, just a few announcements, or rather, just want to inform few things regarding Delta. So there are a lot of free resources that you can use. I'm not sure how many of you know about this, but when you go on our website, the Delta website, which we will share the link in the description, you will be having two free tests. One is the Jan attempt paper, or you can't say it as a Jan attempt paper, but the paper is very similar to the Jan attempt, right? And second, we also have uploaded a sample test. Again, the level of that test is also quite similar to the Jan attempt. So you should definitely go and give those tests before giving your actual NSET exam. I'm sure they would be really helpful. And apart from this, on our YouTube channel itself, on our YouTube channel, that is Delta Education, you will find a lot of free master classes. Especially for number theory, a lot of you keep asking me ki what are the resources that we can use. So you can maybe go and watch the lectures on the Delta Education YouTube channel. On that, we have tried to explain you all the concepts using few questions. In that, we definitely haven't gone too much into the depths of the theory, because again we had limited time, but we have tried ki using questions, we have tried to explain as many concepts as we can, right? So that is another thing. And apart from that, if you are someone who is very keen, who is sure ki he wants to come into Scalar and is ready to invest in any of the courses, then you can go and check out the courses at www.ddelta.co.in. On that, there are three different types of courses. You can go and check them out. Correct. I'll take this last question before we start off. Should I send you my video essay? Because there is something too crazy. You will get a shock after seeing my video essay. Sure, Meera, send it on the Telegram. But yeah, I'm struggling with LR section. Can you please tell me some playlist? Yeah, I don't really know if there is exact playlist. Again, you can go on Delta Education's YouTube channel, and we have taken three master classes, and I think you will be pretty much clear with all the concepts after watching those master classes. And if still not clear, or if you think some topics are left, you can maybe go to YouTube and uh, search on that specific topic, and you will find any of the videos, and you can watch them. So I think now I'll hand over to Neelav, and he can start off with the LR section, correct? So over to you, Neelav. नीलम की बोली uh Neelav, just a minute, I guess your voice isn't audible. Can everyone check now if Neelav is audible?
Is it audible? Yes. Hello. Is this audible now? Continuing with the questions. If it's audible, then you can put it in the chat. Hello, hello. Hello. Okay, okay. Cool. Right. So yeah, we know that there is four places and there is 11 people to distribute. Now try permutations and combinations and you will find out that only one combination fits in the required constraints, which is one person sent by one place, two people sent by other, three people by the other, and five by the last one. So it's also given that Asia sends the minimum amount of people. So one person is sent by Asia, and the Americas have sent the maximum, which is five people, right? So Americas, right? Now it's either Africa and Europe to share these two. Now let's use the sous chef's information. It is given that only Nina and Oscar were from Africa and no sous chefs from Asia. So that means Africa gave exactly two sous chefs, right? And Asia has zero sous chefs. So Africa's total delegates must be two. This is Africa, and the last one is from Asia. Sorry, Europe. So there we have the number of chefs sent by each region, right? So now we have to know that Asia has only one delegate and it has no sous chef. That means Asia sent one head chef, right? We know that Asia one head chef. Now we can apply the condition for Hans and Liam. Those guys are the only head chefs from their regions, meaning their regions only have one head chef each. Currently, the regions with which have potential single head chefs are Asia and Americas, right? So Asia has one head chef and Americas has one head chef. So that means that Europe, then there is the Europe head chef condition. It says that Europe has more head chefs than Asia and Americas. Asia has one, so Europe must have at least two, at least two head chefs. They have total of three people. That means they have two head chefs and one sous chef, right? So the best possibility here is if Europe had two head chefs and one sous chef, then Europe had sous chefs, then the head chefs would reduce. We think that the best possibility here is to distribute three head chefs to Europe and no sous chefs to Europe. So we'll remove this possibility and just add another head chef here. Now we have to fill the Americas. Americas has five total. We have already used one for Asia, three for Europe. So remaining there is one head chef, which we already know. Americas has one head chef. Then the remaining delegates there must be sous chefs. So Americas has four sous chefs. Right now, let's check the sous chefs conditions for all the regions. Africa has two. Americas has four. And the head chefs come from more regions than sous chefs. The head chefs come from Asia, right, Europe, right, and the Americas, three regions. So that they come from more number of regions than the sous chef, which works here. Now we have to place Hans and Liam. Hans is not from the region with maximum delegates, which means he's not from Americas, right? So Hans is not an American, and that therefore we know that Hans is Asian, and then Liam is from America. There we have our final table, which will look like Asia, Africa, Europe, and Americas. Asia has one head chef, Africa has zero, EU has three, and Americas has one. So Asia has zero, Africa has two, Europe has zero, and again Americas has four. So total we have one, two, three, and five chefs, which we had in our initial permutations. Now we know the final sum of sous chefs from Americas and head chefs from Europe. So that comes out to be 4 plus 3, which is 7. The answer for this question will be 7. Right? If you have understood this question, we can move on quick. If you didn't, you can always pause it and go back in the live stream. So we'll move on to the next question. Read the question. This one is actually a long question, so it will take at least 2 minutes to just read it once, not understand. Understanding will take another few minutes. So it is about an investment funds. There is three funds we have given, and they all run for 3 years. We have to track the timeline carefully. That's it. So here we have three funds: fund P, Q, and R. Let's find the fund growth for the first fund P for the 18 months, right? So the fund P has a principal value of, is it 1 lakh? Yes, it is 1 lakh. The rate for the fund is 16% per annum, and it compounds quarterly, which means it compounds every quarter, and the rate for the compounding will be 4% because the rate is per 16% per annum. It compounds quarterly. That means it compounds 4% each quarter, right? So we have to find it after 18 months. Time is 18 months, which is 6 quarters. So we have to find the amount after 6 quarters. So the amount will be the principal times the 1.04 to the power of 6 quarters. Right? So after these 18 months, the amount comes out to be 126531.9. If you want, you can do the calculations yourself to just recheck. At 18 months, this is the total amount given by first fund P. Now, this amount is transferred to fund Q. Okay. Now, the fund Q's growth before the transfer, right? So fund Q had the original principal as this much, 1,20,000 at a rate of 10% and compounding half yearly, which means twice a year. So it also ran for 18 months, which is 3.5 years, right? Now the value of Q after these 3 quarters, 3.5 years will be principal times 1.05 to the power 3. I'm hoping you all know the formulas for simple interest, compound interest, because I will not go through the formulas for every calculation. So you should look that up beforehand, right? This calculation comes out to be 138,915. So this is the amount of Q after 18 months. Now we have to transfer from P to Q. Okay. The transferred amount is this one, which we already found out. Now the total money in it becomes this plus 126,531.9. This will be the total, which comes out to be this much. Okay. Now we have to check the rule which was given in the question, the rate escalation rule for fund Q. If the principal exceeds the given amount, which is 2,50,000 INR, the rate increases by 2% per minute. Now that this amount has increased from 2,50,000, the rate will become 12%. Rate goes 12% now. Okay. Now the half year rate will be 6%. Now the remaining time is 1.5 years, which is 3.5 years yet again. So the final value of fund Q, which will come out to be this amount times 1.06 to the power of 3 again. This amount comes out to be 316151.5. Now we calculate fund R. The fund R, the principal is 90,000. Rate is 8% annually. At the end of year one, it comes out to be interest times the rate, which okay, the interest for that comes out to be 90,000 times 0.08 times 1, which is 7,200, and the total value comes out to be 97,200. Year 2, the rule says the only interest of year 2 is withdrawn. So now year 2 had an interest of, we are running out of space. Hmm. Right. So the only interest of year 2 is withdrawn. So we'll calculate the interest of year 2 first. Now we have the amount of 97,200 in it with the interest of year 1 added. We'll multiply that by 0.08 again, and for 1 year, this time we get 7776 of interest. Now this is removed and invested into fund P again. This goes into P again. Now the remaining amount is in R is yet again this much, right? Now we'll calculate the year 3 growth of that, which will be again 97,200 into 0.08 into 1, which will be 104976. So this was the amount left in fund R after 3 years. Okay, now the reinvestment of this into fund P. Right? Now remaining time is 1 year. Rate is again 16% quarterly and 4 quarters. So the amount will be 7776 times 1.04 to the power 4, which comes out to be 9096.82. Now the total portfolio value here will be adding up all the values. First value is 1615.5 plus 104976.0 plus 9096.82. Final answer which comes out to be is 430,224, which is the final answer. Okay, we'll take a short break of 1 minute and then continue with the third question. Till then, you can go through the previous solution. Let me know if there is anything wrong with the solution because there is actually too much calculation here. So I might be gone wrong somewhere. Let's see. Till then, you can read this question if you are done with the previous one. Okay, yes, I believe the question has been solved correctly. Let's move on to question number 3. Okay, so here we have a transport company with 3 delivery routes, A, B, and C. And they are using only one transport truck for that. Mind it. Uh, okay, there is a route, the distance one way given, the loading speed, and the unload speed. What it means that when there is whatever stuff that needs to be transported loaded into the truck, it goes at this speed, loaded speed. And when it is removed, it goes at a faster speed, which is obvious, right? And with that, we have to take a mandatory halt of some time, which is also given in between for something. I don't know. So yeah, here it goes. Yeah, there is also a fatigue rule that the that applies only to the driving time, not the halts, right? So let's start with route A. A distance 150 kilometers, speed 50 kilometer per hour. Oh, also, I'll be skipping the unit for the most part. Just know that They are the general units used for every question. The time here is 3 hours. Another halt check. The driving time is also 3 hours, and the arrival time is also 3 hours. Okay. Now we have to check for halts. If the arrival is less than 12 hours, so the halt applies. So the halt is for 45 minutes. It's 3 by 4 hours. Now the time taken will be 3 hours plus 45 minutes of halt total time, right? Which will be 3 hours 45 minutes. And now we have to calculate the return journey. The unloaded speed is 75 again for 150 kilometers. So 150 by 75 again 2 hours will be the time. Come back. Now return was started at 3 hours, 3 hours and 45 minutes. So the actual time taken for the journey will be 5 hours and 45 minutes for route A. Now let's calculate for route B. Now route B. Route B speed loaded is 40. Distance is 160. So the time taken for going one way would be 160 by 40, which is 4 hours, right? But the fatigue rule says that after 6 hours of driving, the speed reduces by 10%. Now, current driving before B was of 5 hours. So, during the journey of B, the 6-hour mark occurs. But the rule says that the speed cannot change during a journey already in progress. So, B's loaded trip is 4 hours, and then the rule applies. Now, the total time added to this one will be 5 hours 45 minutes plus 4 hours, which will be 9 hours and 45 minutes. Now, the total driving time without calculating the stoppages is 9 hours because we stopped 45 minutes in the previous one, right? Now, halt check again. Is the arrival time less than 12 hours? Yes, it is. So, halt taken. For the halt, 30 minutes, which is half an hour. Now, the total time here reaches 10 hours and 25 minutes. Total 9 hours 45 plus 30 minutes, which is 10 hours and 15 minutes. Sorry, here it is. Now the return time of returning unloaded speed is 80, right? And now it reaches in 2 hours because the distance is 160. So now we finish B at 10 hours 15 minutes plus 2 hours, which is 12 hours 15 minutes. B finished. Now let's move on to round C. Okay, let's go to C now. Fatigue rule, the driving has passed 6 hours, so loading speeds have now reduced by 10. loaded speed reduced by 10%. So route C speed will be 60 was the previous one. Now it is 54. Now the route C is loaded. So the loaded speed for there is a distance of 108. Speed is of 54. Now it will take time of 2 hours yet again. So we started at 12 hours and 15 minutes. Now we'll arrive at 14 hours and 15 minutes. Right. So the driving total here without the stoppages, which was 45 minutes here and then 15 minutes in the second, 30 minutes in the second one. So the driving total will be 13 hours. Now again, halt check. Arrival time is greater than 12 hours now. So we don't halt now. Now return to C, return from C. The return begins at 14 hours and 15 minutes. Now, if the return begins after 14 hours, which it does here, the rule says that the unloaded speed reduces by 20%. So now the unloaded speed, which was 90 before, goes down to 72, which is minus 20%. So now the return time becomes 108 by 72, which is 1.5 hours. Now we calculate the final time calculation. Final time. So the final total time taken will be 14 hours, 15 minutes plus 1 hour, 30 minutes, which comes out to be 15 hours and 45 minutes. So the answer should be 15 hours, 45 minutes. Check once if there are any doubts, although I can't see your doubts from here. But I'm pretty sure, yeah, this is the correct answer. If there are no doubts, we will be moving on. So is the stream audible? Okay. Anyways, I think we are good. Check out this question. This is also quite a long question. Here we are given 5 students which have names. Okay, let's just name them A, B, C, D, and F. A, B, C, D, F. They have 4 topics: lions, giraffes, pandas, falcon, foxes. 5 topics. And they have given locations, which is something, just the names don't matter actually. You can use any sort of name that you want. And we have been given presentation times. Now we have to match which presentation, which person, and which topic goes at what time. So the final question asked to us is which wildlife topic is presented by David. This is the only outcome which we need to find. So we have been given a lot of clues as well. Yeah. So let's find out using clues one by one. So we know that the Falcon's presentation is at 10 a.m., which is given by clue 4, which states that of the 1 p.m. session and the meadow tent, stated by clue 3, 1 p.m. meadow tent. Now, one of these sessions, this is a session and this is another session. They are not the same sessions. One of these belongs to David, and the other one is for Falcons. So, Falcons are meadow tent, and David is 1 p.m. Because Falcons is at 10 a.m. So Falcons is taken here. David takes it at 1 p.m. Now we know Falcons is not the answer, right? Now let's use clue 7 now. Clue 7. Now Boris presents exactly 1 hour before Arthur. B presents 1 hour before A, right? Now only consecutive 1 hour gaps here are 10 a.m., 11 a.m., and 1 p.m. and 2 p.m. So David occupies the 1 p.m. slot, right? That means that the Boris and Arthur's B and A, these two must have the slots at 10 and 11, respectively. We'll find it. So that means that Falcons is being presented by Boris. Okay, that's that. So far, we have deduced this much information. Now let's look about Felix. Clue 6 says by elimination, Felix has a 2:45 p.m. 2:45 p.m. slot. Now, by elimination, we can know that Chloe has the only remaining slot, which is 2 p.m. Now, we also know that Chloe presents on giraffes. So, again, not the answer. Now, we can find the locations. David presents at Oak Pavilion, given by Clue 5, right? And a final presentation, which belongs to Felix, is taking place in the Lakeside Hut. Lakeside Hut. The Fox's presentation, Fox's, takes place uh, at the observation tower from Clue 1. Since David is at Oak Pavilion, Felix is at Lakeside Hut, Boris is at the Meadow Tent, and Chloe presents on giraffes, not foxes. The fox's presentation at observation tower belongs to Arthur. Arthur, taken at 11 a.m. Now, by elimination, Chloe's presentation is obviously at cliff stage. Now, we have to only assign topics for David and Felix between lions and pandas. Now, clue 5 directly states that David, not pandas. So, here we have our answer. Our final topic left is lions, which is spoken by David. This is the final answer here. We don't need to find out any other information since we have only been asked this much. So yes, there we are. Done. Mhm. Let's go to the next question. This is the next question. You should read this one. There might have been a slight mistake in here. The towns names in the questions have been given as uh, whatever they are given, and in the question from Delta, they might have been given as A, B, C, D, E, but we'll refer to them as A, B, C, D, E here as well. Right. This is also an easy question. We have shape dimensions and cost per square meter to construct the outer surface of each tank. Tanks are closed, which means they have the base and the top, respectively. So we have to find out which town has the total cost of constructing each tank. The surface area. The surface area is highest. So we just have to find out the total surface area of each closed tank. We need to multiply the respective material cost per square meter by it to find the answer. Let's go for A, which is I guess Hampshire, whatever it is. It is a cylinder. Now the formula for total surface area is 2 pi r times r plus h. Now A, this is the area for the formula. Now the area will be 2 pi 4 times 14. This 8 into 14 pi, which comes out to be 112 pi meters square. Now the total cost here would be 112 pi times 150, which comes out to be 16,800 pi. We'll leave the pi as it is because we can just calculate the price comparison in terms of pi, and then just compare what number is the highest, since anyway we have been only asked which town has the highest cost and not the exact cost here. Let's go to B. B is a cube. Cube formula for total surface area is 6a square. The area here is 6 into 6 square, which is 216 meters square. Cost coming out to be 160. This uh, 34,560. Now C. Town C has a hemisphere. We say here comes out to be pi r square. Since it's a closed hemisphere, it includes a circular base, right? The area here would be pi 49, which will be 147 pi meters square. Now multiplying to the cost, 180, which we'll keep as it is for now, and in the end, if needed, we'll find it. For town D, it is a cuboid. For the cuboid, the DSA comes out to be, uh, I guess, a complex formula, but I think it is 2 times length into breadth into height, and height to length. Yeah, I'll not do the calculations for this one as well. It is plus 6 into 5. You can just find out by looking at the question what it is. I'll give you the final calculation, which is 2 times 118, which comes out to be 236 meters square. Now, cost with this multiplied by 140 comes out to be 33,040. And now the last one, which is a cone. SA IR times L plus R. L here is a slant height. So to find L, we have to do of R square plus H square. It's basically this is the cone. This is Pythagoras theorem applying height, radius. So this is L. This comes out to be under root 169, which is 13 meters. Area comes out to be 5 into 5 into 18, which is 95 meters square. Now we multiply that into the cost. Cost is 170 per meter square, which comes out to be 15,300 pi. Now, in conclusion, we have 15,300 pi, we have 33,040 INR directly. This one we need to find out by multiplying pi here. Mm. Yeah, this one comes out to be 83,160 INR. Again, this one is straight out of the game. This one as well. This is the current leader. Now we'll just multiply these two by pi. Pi can be around 3, so 15 3s are 45, so it's around 45,000 again. 16 3 48, so again out. The maximum cost is for this, and your answer is C. Let's move on to the next question. This is also an interesting question. This is just much information given. All you have to do is turn by turn, keep going through the proper logical reasoning for every piece of information and clue given, and you'll end up at the answer. There is nothing that can go wrong if you go systematically. Read it a bit. Okay, let's begin. Here we have 8 employees A, B, C, D, E, C, E, F, G, H. They are assigned to 3 projects alpha, beta, gamma. We have been given clues 3 members for alpha, 2 for beta, 2 for gamma. Now every employee is ranked from 1 to 8, 1 being best and 8 being worse. Now here are some clues, and we have to determine the pair of employees assigned to gamma, which means we need to find who are in this team. And we have been given options as well, so it will be quite easy. You just have to find who is there. Let's determine the performance ranks. Now they have told us that Ethan ranked second, Andrew is at fourth, Frank is lower than Andrew, Frank less than 4, also Frank is less than Brian. Okay, but Frank is higher than Henry and Derek. This means Brian must be third because Ethan is second, right? We have gotten almost halfway there. Now George is lower than Derek but higher than Henry. Higher than Henry. Now we know that the order goes like Frank, Derek, George, and Henry. Now, these are the spots after position 4. So we directly get the 5, 6, 7th, and 8th spots that easily. This is quite an easy question. Now, Caleb C is the only employee left, so he must hold the first rank. So now we know the ranks from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We have C at first, E at second, B at third, A at fourth, and H. These are the rank tables. Now we have to assign the teams 3 to alpha, 3 to beta, and 2 to gamma. Hmm. Now we know that Andrew is in beta and Derek is in beta. Andrew is in beta, Derek is in beta. We are also told that George is not in alpha or gamma, so George is also in beta. So beta is done, beta is full. Now we have to find team gamma. Ethan is not in alpha and beta is already full. That means Ethan is in gamma. Gamma. Hmm. Now the lowest rank employee is not an alpha, which means Henry is not alpha, and we have already found beta, so Henry is also in gamma. There we have our solution. We have Ethan and Henry in the team gamma. So the answer here is Ethan and Henry. Let's move on to the next question. This is okay. This is quite a simple question as well. This is some sort of math. So, tech startup is deploying a new data center and it wants to arrange identical servers. Looks like permutation combination divided evenly into groups in 21 ways. Also, they are standard, which in racks, with each rack containing 18 servers. Okay. What is the smallest number of servers the startup could have ordered? Okay, we have been given gaps, and we have to find the minimum integer which can fulfill the gaps. So it's actually looking like a prime factorization and divisors type of question. So let's assume we have n amount of servers. Always assume something, it makes visualizing the question easier. The number of divisors. N can be divided in 21 ways, means it has 21 divisors, right? Exactly 21. So to any integer prime factorized, the total number of divisors is firstly n prime factorization prime 1 to the power a1 times prime 2 to the power a2 to that prime k with power a to the power k. That's that. And now the number of divisors is going to be a1 plus 1, a2 plus 2, so on till ak plus k. And this number of divisors is 21. The only ways to factor 21 here are 1 into 7 into 3, because that's the only way you can factorize 21. So there is two possible outcomes which I can think of here. Firstly, we can do n should be equal to p to the power 20, since 20 plus 1 is 21. Or secondly, n can be p1 to the power 6 times p2 to the power 2, which gives out to be 6 plus 1 times 2 plus 1, which is 7 times 3, which is 21 yet again. multiple condition. Now we have to know that servers are delivered in racks of 18, which means n is a multiple of 18. Got it? So n must at least have two prime factors, 2 and 3, which immediately eliminates this. Not possible. This is our option. And the n must take a form of p1 times 6, p2 times 2, which is 2 and 3. Okay. Now we have to minimize the total. So we must assign the smaller prime to the larger exponent, which means p1 to the power 6 is going to be a bigger number. So we'll assign the smaller prime to it and the other prime p2. Now let's find out what happens after this. It is uh, p1 equals to p2 equals 3. So 2 to the power 6 times 3 to the power 3, which comes out to be 64 times, oh, sorry, 2, 9, which is 576. And if we do the other thing, which is p1 equals 3, p2 equals 2, that comes out to be 3 to the power 6 times 2 to the power 2, which comes out to be 2916. Now, comparing those two, 576 is obviously the smaller number. So the answer comes out to be 576. Okay, that is the answer. We'll move on to the next question. E-commerce company Pepto, wow, uses a model to track its balance after X days net inventory is given by this equation. This is another goodish question and it's not bad. Right, let's begin. To find this sum of what we have been basically asked the sum of all possible values of x. Forget the story. We have been given an equation. Find the sum of all values of x. Very simple. Let's rewrite the terms properly. There is 4 to the power x minus 3 times 2 to the power x plus 1 plus 8 equals 0. Let's write for 2 to the power x times 2. So we'll consider this as another variable so that we have simple calculations as y. So let's do y square minus 3. Okay. Okay. 3y into 2 plus 8 equals 0. So y square plus 6y plus 8, oh sorry, minus equals 0. This is the equation. We just have to find the two numbers that multiply to 6. Actually, this is getting solved orally, quite easy. Y square minus 6y plus 8 can be factorized into y minus 2 times y minus 4 equals 0. Two possible values are y equal to 2 or y equals 4. Now let's substitute it back into it. To the power x equals 2, 2 to the power x equals 4. Now we have possible values as x equal to 1 and x equal to 2. Sum of these values is 3. Very easy question. Let's move on. It looks like a number coding. Right? This question is also quite easy. All it has is it's quite long to read and it's quite difficult to remember all the rules at once. So getting used to noting down only the important information and just removing all the language used is something you need to learn to crack and sit easily. Okay, let's see. Consonants are assigned numbers from 1 to 5 in sequence, beginning from B, C, D, F, G, and then the numbering repeats again. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, again 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on. Vowels are coded separately. A, E, I, O, U are assigned 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 yet again. Okay. Uh, okay, got it. So if the letter Z has a value 1, then ABCD will start from 2, 3, 4, 5, 1. If uh, Z is assigned 1, then the A will be 1, E2, I3, O4, and U5. Now, once the codes are assigned, then we have rules. Two rules which are if the two letters which are consecutive in a block receive the same number, then replace the code of the letter that appears alphabetically first with at the rate. That's fine. And the other rule states that the code of a letter is exactly one more than the next letter. So let's say 4 is followed by 3. So which means that the first number is exactly one more than the second. The modified code will become $314. Replace the second number with a dollar sign. That's fine. Hmm. Let's map out the alphabets first. Now, which alphabet will get the code as 1? So alphabets with code 1 would be P, H, N, T, Z, and A. Okay. The letters which will have the code 2 will be C, J, P, V, and E. Now I just did this manually beforehand, and I'm just telling you that this is what it is. You can find out by writing the consonants in an order and then place the codes for vowels respectively. Third would be D, K, Q, W, and I. Fourth one shall be F, L, R, X, and O. And 5 will be given to G, M, S, Y, U. Now, using this map which we just made, let's find the code words for all the letters. Now, first, let's start from this one, grasp, ASP. It has the code 5, 4, 1, 5, and 2. Now we apply the rules. Now the first rule is same number. None of the consecutive numbers are same. So rule 1 doesn't apply. And rule 2 is exactly one more. The first number is exactly one more than the next number, which happens here between 5 and 4. So the symbol for it becomes at the rate. So dollar. $5.152. This is the second rule. And now the modified code becomes exactly like the target code. Now we just know that B is the answer. We didn't hit and try. Always, if there is four options given, start from B to B, C, D, A. This is just probability. In most of the questions, the highest probability is that if you check with this order of options, you will get the answer earliest. Just try it out. Next question. Okay, another easy question. It's just directions question, distance and directions. Okay, there is five people in straight line A, B, C, D, E again. A, B, C, D, E again. In a straight line, all facing north. Straight line, all facing north. They are facing this way. Okay. So let's place the five positions in a horizontal line, starting from zero, and there is a 5 meter gap between each position, right? So 5, 10, 15, and 20. Now this gives us the fixed distances from the starting point, which will be again 5, 10, 15, 20 as the number line. Now let's assign the people to the positions. We know that Aaron is at the far left hand, which is position 1, A. Okay, exactly two people are between A and D. That means D is at position 4. Two people between, so D is at position 4. Now B is second to the left of left, second to the left, which makes it the position of B. Now C is immediately adjacent to B, so there is only one position here. Easy, and only one person stands between Chris and Ethan. Ethan is at position 5 because all the other positions are taken. Now let's map the coordinates. Hmm. X-axis. This axis is the west east axis, and the y-axis is the north to south axis. Now the position of Chris C is 15, comma 0. Position of E is just a second. Okay, F. This guy starts from a point 20 meters north of Chris, which is 15, comma 20. Hmm. Okay, we have made a slight mistake here. The notation is not like this. This is not the coordinates of the people standing there. This is the gap between the two people standing. So we'll have to rewrite this part out. So this distance is 5. So this guy is at 5. This distance is 10. This guy is at 15. This distance is 15. So this guy is at 30. This distance is 20. So this guy is at 50, right? So E is at 50, comma 0. C is at 15, comma 0. We know that. Now the point where Felix starts is 15, comma 20. Now we'll know the point Q as his final position, which is 10 meters north of E. 10 meters north of E becomes 50, comma 10. So we know the starting point, which was this. We know the ending point, which was this. All we need to do is find the shortest distance between Felix's final position, which is end, and Chris's starting position, which is Chris's starting position, which is 15, comma 0. By distance formula, distance is this will be the final answer. Square root of 35 squared plus 10 squared, square root of 1325. So which is option C. That's that. Let's go to the next question. We have about 3. Three questions left. We'll be finished by about 20 more minutes, right? Following are the culture eligibility criteria for becoming a member of a cultural association. This is also again just a long question. There is not much to solve here. You just have to organize the information and just give a logical reason. Here are the criteria: annual income of at least 6 lakh, and one-time membership of 1 lakh. For government employees, the income and membership fee are relaxed by 50%. Sons and daughters of existing members is reduced 3.5 lakhs, and so on. Let's just go with the people. First person. What are the given criteria? He work, he find, secures the first given criteria, has the 6 lakh minimum and the ability to pay 1 lakh membership fee, and he has represented India at national level dance competitions. So he only requires a 25,000 fee, is comfortably affordable. So he is in. Second person, retired government employee, relaxed by 50%. This one, relaxed by 50%. Now, with an income of 3.2 lakhs, you can pay 60,000 as the fee. Her criteria are also fulfilled. She needs 3 lakh as the one-time membership, sorry, annual income, and 1 lakh 50,000 of one-time membership. Both are getting fulfilled here. Third guy, son of existing member, income criteria is 3.5 lakhs. So yes, he does earn that much, but he does not have the standard 1 lakh fee. So this criteria does not apply. There we go. This guy is out. The last person is a serving High Court judge. Annual income 9 lakhs. So she qualifies regardless. Let's go. This question is also done. So basically, three people can be eligible. Next question, easy again. Statements and conclusions. This is the type of question which is going to be in every NSET almost. So this is the question you cannot miss solving in the actual paper. Let's see. Okay, every car is a vehicle. Let's draw Venn diagrams here. Here is for vehicles. Every car is a vehicle means car is completely inside the vehicle set. Pens are not instruments. Pens and instruments are a separate set. Some vehicles are instruments means vehicles and instruments have some kind of intersection between them. Now, every machine is not necessarily a car. So, cars and machines also have some kind of intersection. And it also says that some instruments are cars. So, instruments also have some kind of intersection with this one, right? So, now let's come to the viable conclusions. Some cars are pens. Okay, are they though? Cars are not instruments. It's strictly false, first of all, because they have an intersection. Hmm. That means this one is definitely wrong. All vehicles are cars, which is also wrong. No pen is a machine. No pen is a machine. Okay. Some pens are instruments, which is also wrong. Every car is a machine, which is also again does not seem correct. Okay. Just a second. Okay, let's start again. Just remove this part. So firstly, let's eliminate the statements that are definitely false. As we said, cars are not instruments is definitely false because it already says that cars and instruments have an intersection. Some pens are instruments, which is also definitely false because pens and instruments don't have any kind of intersection as it is. Now the conclusions which are 100% true. Few pens are vehicles. This statement is 100% true because statement 2 says that a pen is a vehicle. So that is always true. Now we'll find the conclusions which may follow. Now it's not a strictly guaranteed conclusions, but maximum number. It might. Some cars are pens. Yes, this might happen. Cars are machines. This also might happen. Well, logically it says at all, but let's see. No pen is a machine. Okay. All vehicles are cars. And every car is a machine. Now, if we assume every car is a machine and some cars are pens, see, if we assume this and this both to be true, then that means that at least one pen is a car and some cars are pens. Because every car is a machine, that pen also must be a machine. However, if a pen is also a machine, then no pen is a machine. Conclusion 5 is false. Because of this, 1, 5, and 8 cannot be all true at the same time. We have to drop at least one to maintain. So this is wrong. So then these have a chance of being true. Now to build the maximum scenario, if we drop conclusion 5, remember the four remaining conclusions stay true. Is first, third, fourth, sixth, and eighth. These are the conclusions that remain true alongside 3. So this is our answer. 5 of these conclusions can follow each other at the same time at most. So 5 is your answer for this question. We are at our last question here. Again, it's a long question. It's about assets and funds, just like the first question we initially took. Again, just read this properly and start eliminating useless information so that it becomes easier to navigate through the question and its information here. So we have alpha, beta, gamma. 3s and alpha, gamma have these given. Okay. And there's some rules. This is a rule and this is a rule. Let's go step by step, following every rule and calculating as we go. Okay, based on the given things, it's the first phase of 1.5 years, 18 months, alpha. Principal amount 1,50,000. Rate is 16% compounded quarterly, 4% per quarter. Yes, so rate at 16% for each quarter. Time period 6 quarters. So the balance accumulated here be 1,50,000 times 1 plus 0.04 or 6, which comes out to be 1,89,797.85. At this point, the entire amount is transferred to Fund B, leaving Alpha as zero balance. Now let's calculate for Fund B. Has an amount of new principal of 166.24, which is beta's balance from the first 1.5 years plus the amount we got from here. So which comes out to be this much. Now we have to check the rule. This one, yield step up trigger. So now this rule says that uh, this rule is now used at the start of fourth half year, which is the 1.5 year mark. After this, the principal strictly exceeds the 3 lakh threshold, which is true. The rate permanently increases by 2%. So now the rate becomes 14%, which is 7% half yearly. Okay. Now the duration remaining is 3.5 years, which is 1.5 years. Okay. The final value of beta would be the principal amount, which is times 1 plus 0.07 to the power 3, which comes out to be 356.0.09. Okay, into this 36,776.94. This is the principal value. Now let's go on to the third fund. Now C. Fund C. Initial 1 lakh, 10% per annum. End of year one balance, it has 1 lakh into 1.10, which is 1,10,000 with simple interest, right? Now, principal generates exactly 10% interest during the second year, so which comes out to be 11,000 year two. Okay. Now, interest harvesting at 2 years, we take away 11,000 interest from gamma, which is C, and put it back into alpha, which is A. This is what we do after 2 years. So the principal of C becomes 1,10,000 only, and A gets those extra 11,000. The final value of gamma at year C comes out to be 1,10,000 times 1.1, which comes out to be 1,21,000. Now the last phase, alpha's remaining 1 year. Now alpha had a principal of 11,000, which we took from C, right, at a rate of 16% for 1 year, right? So the final maturity value of alpha will be equal to 11,000 times 1.04 to the power 4, which comes out to be 12,868.44. This is the final value A. So now the final balances of each funds are this, and this. Okay. Now let's just add them up and we'll get a total portfolio value. So the total here comes up to be 12,868.44 plus 4,36,776.94 plus 1,21,000 INR. The final total is 5,70,645.38. So we can just round off this 3 8 is to whatever we want and just remove it, because that much amount doesn't matter in comparison to 5,70,645. Right. With this, we have completed with the LR part of the paper from NSET attempt of January. I think now there will be maths taken by Himkesh Bhaiya. So you will be getting a lot more papers in the next 1 week. So please solve them so that you can crack and sit and join us here. Okay, then over to Himkesh Bhaiya. Until he comes, I should review the questions if you solved them now. Okay, guys, bye bye. See you in the next one.
Hello, hello everyone. Hello. Am I audible? Am I visible? We'll start with the math section as soon. Do you guys need a break? Shall we wait for 5 minutes before starting? I think we should. So let's wait till 6:45. Currently it is 6:13, 6:40. Let's wait till 6:45. From 6:45 we would start from the maths part of Jan attempt, right? All the questions were very interesting. I would like to solve it with you all together. It would be really a fun session. So yeah, let's meet back at 6:45. Yeah, before we begin the math session in between, uh, let's discuss how everything is going on, right? Uh, how are your boards? Uh, how did you feel about the LR part? I do understand the questions are lengthy, but the questions are really easy. If you read it properly, just organize all the informations given properly, you just jot it down. The questions are really very easy, right? Uh, so, talking about maths part for this year, uh, for the last attempt, all the questions which I saw were from medium to hard level. I will just say from to medium level, right? There was one question which had integration in them. There were some questions which was directly formula based. There were some questions which tested your problem solving skills, right? But the maths part was not as lengthy as your LR part. All the questions were smaller things, right? There were no extra information given, right? Like in the LR part, the question itself was a one page long thing, and you just need to take the important bits from the question to just start before solving, right? But in maths part it was not the case. In the chat, Mira once asked that how do you understand this long questions easily, because it takes 3 minutes at least. Strategy, right? So yeah, the correct thing is first thing, right? From start, read the whole question. I understand this would take the time, but while reading itself, you jot down all the given information and you jot down what is asked, right? After reading and after jotting down everything, you will know that the names, the very extra informations that were given in the questions were just extra, right? You just don't need to worry about it, right? So this is just the strategy, right? No, nothing else. After jotting down the information, the questions were really very easy, right? Uh, One very important feedback or lesson that you should take care of is that before starting of any exam, let it be NSET, let it be any JEE exam, etc., you first take 5 minutes, 3 to 5 minutes to look at each and every questions of each and every section, right? Like in talking about Scaler NSET, last year the questions from LR part were slightly smaller, very much easier, direct, right? But so you might have been in the mind that the LR part would be easy. Let's start with the maths. Let's start with LR and then move to the maths part, right? But things changed. The roads led it somewhere else, right? So if you would have looked at the questions from first, you might have thought to start with maths part, which might be a good thing for this attempt. But yeah, so this is the case. So it's 6:45 right now. I hope I am audible. Let me make myself visible too. Yeah, I hope I am audible and visible. I hope that my screen is also shared properly. Uh, if you are here, if you are listening to me, could you just tell if everything is proper, everything is perfect, so that I can start in the chat, right? If everything is proper, I can move forward with the first question, right? I hope that I'm audible and visible, right? So we can start with the maths part. Uh, as I said before, the maths part was on the middle layer. It was not that hard, not that easy. Some questions were direct, some questions required some problem solving skills, right? So we'll start from the first question itself. Uh, first, very important major thing that you should take care of is the questions are extremely very similar to the questions that you would have seen in your first attempt, right? Uh, it's extremely very similar. I think just the names, just the values we have changed so that you can get the practice of some new questions also, right? So let's start with solving right now from here, right? Uh, just a second. Let me open your YouTube's link on my phone so that I can watch all your comments, all your chats, so that it's good to go. Yeah. Uh, just a second. There are your chats, live chat. Great. I am able to see your chats. I hope everybody's told me that the screen is visible. Great. Let me go back uh, to your latest chat. Right. Okay. Great, 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 great. Let's start then. So yeah, the first question, let's read it together and just solve it, right? The question says that a library is organizing a book donation drive. Okay, there is a book donation drive going on by the library. Great, and wants to distribute the identical sets of books to the local school. Great. Okay, so there are some n number of books there in a library. They want to just share it or distribute it, right? So let me, as mentioned, yeah, let me write down all the information. There are n books in library, and we need to distribute it among the local schools. Okay, local schools. Great, great. And now we are good to go. The total number of books can be divided evenly into sets in 18 different ways. Great. So if there are n books, it is said in the question that it could be divided into 18 different ways. 18 different ways. Okay, great, great thing. Then, and the books are shipped in boxes that contains 15 books. Oh, okay. So it is said that in the number of ways it is divided, each way has 15 books. Has 15 books, right? So if n is divided into 18 ways, each way contains or each box contains 15 books. Great, great. Now, what is asked? What is the smallest possible number of books the library could have prepared? Okay, great question. Really nice question. See, from all the English and from everything, you might be thinking that this is in some PNC question, right? The words are that there is distribution, there are books, right? Distribution, there are books, right? Uh, Divided into 18 sets, 15 books, right? From the question, you would, from the first look, first thing, you might be thinking of PNC. But could you think of any way of solving this, right? Of solving this. They have asked that smallest total number of books, total number of books. Could you think of it? I couldn't, because while I was solving this, when the paper came to my hand, when I was solving it, I also went to uh, I also went to solve this using PHC, but I wasn't able to, right? Then I read the question twice, right? Then I read the question twice. What it is saying, that the total number of books can be divided into 18 different ways. What does this mean? What does this mean? This means that the total number of books, let's suppose it's n. So n has 18 divisors. Now everybody knows what is a divisor. The divisors of 9 are what? 2 and 3. The divisors of 9 are what? 3. What are the divisors of 18? If we say 18 is what? 9 2s are 18. This is what? 2 into 3 into 3. So 2 is a divisor, 3 is a divisor, 6 is a divisor, 9 is a divisor, right? So we can say that the number n has 18 divisors. Now, one more important thing, for a given number, how could you find the number of divisors? How could you find the number of divisors? Let's say the number is 9, right? If we prime factorize 9, it is what? It is 3 into 3, right? It is what? 3 into 3, correct? There is a general formula. There is a general formula to find the number of divisors. If the prime factor, if the number is n, and the prime factorization is something like p1 times n to the power n p2, which is the another prime factor, to the power n p3 to the power let's say this is a, this is b, this is c, right? Times p4 to the power d, up to something, right? If we want to find out the number of divisors in the prime factorization, then this is nothing but a plus 1 times b plus 1 times c plus 1 times d plus 1, right? So these are the this dot 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 equals to number of divisors. If we take the example of 9, as I said, it is what? 3 times 3, right? Or we can say this is equals to 3 square. So we can say that according to the formula, it would be 2 plus 1, which is 3 divisors, right? It says there are 3 divisors. What are the divisors of 9, by the way? 9 is what? It is divisible by 1, it is divisible by 3, and it is divisible by 9 again, right? So these are the 3 divisors of 9. And from the formula also, we got 3 as the answer, right? Great. Okay. Now, so from the question, one thing that we took note of is 18. So there are 18 divisors, that it can be distributed in 18 ways. So there are 18 divisors of n. This was the most important thing. The second important thing that we need to take care of was that when we divided into 18 ways, okay, we divided it into 18 ways, but all the boxes contain 15 chocolates. Are the chocolates books, right? All the 18 ways contains 15 books, right? So if we sum it all, we will get a multiple of 15, right? And there is no some sort of books which are remaining, right? So we can say from this also that n is a multiple of 15, right? Why n is a multiple of 15? Because if we divide n into 18 different ways, and it is said in the question that each part has 15 books, then we can clearly say that n is a multiple of 15. Yes, n is a multiple of 15. Okay, now, two things we know. One is that n has 18 divisors. Another thing we know is that n is a multiple of 15. What is asked? What is n? Right? How can we find n from this two information that we have? Let's see. Oh, So the answer is 180 by the way, but yeah, let's see. Okay, for a number to be divisible by 15, if it is a multiple, so it would be divisible by 15, of course. If we do a prime factorization of 15, this is what 3 5s are and 5 ones are. So we can say that n would be nothing but 3 to the power a, 5 to the power b into something. This would be there in the number n, right? Because it is divisible by 15, so at least this should be there where a should be greater than or equal to 1 and b should be greater than or equals to 1, right? This should be there. Great. Now we have asked, and also one more thing, we have asked for the smallest number, right? So now comes the trial and error method. Let's say, as it is asked for the smallest number, let's keep small. Let's keep a as 1, 3 to the power 1, 5 to the power 1. This gives 15. Yes, 15 is divisible by 15. Okay, but do they have 18 divisors? This has 2 into 2, which is 4 divisors, but they don't have 18 divisors, right? Okay. The second smallest number that we can create is by multiplying this by 2. If we say that n is nothing but 2 to the power 1, 3 to the power 1 into 5 to the power 1, can we say this number is divisible by 15? Yes. But does this number has 18 divisors? I say no. Why? Because 1 plus 1 is 2, 1 plus 1 is 2, 1 plus 1 is 2. So this is 8 divisors and not 18 divisors, right? So this case also fails. Now the second smallest number, right? So this is what? 5 to the 10, 3 this is 30. This number is 30. If we say that n is 2 to the power 2, why are we not adding 3 key power? Because we are going from ascending, we are going in the ascending order, right? This is 2 to the power 2 into 3 to the power 1 into 5 to the power 1. This is what? This is 80, right? If we would have done this 2 to the power 1 into 3 square into 5, what is 3 square? 9. 5 9 the 45 into this would have been 90, right? And 90 is bigger than 80. So first we'll check for 80, right? So if we, okay, again, this is a multiple of 15, great. Do they have 18 divisors? 3 into 2 into 2. This is what? 3 2s are 6, 2s are 12. They have 12 divisors and not 18 divisors. So this also failed. If we say now increase 2 key power 3, 3 to the power 1, 5 to the power 1, what would happen? What would happen? 8 into 3 into 5, 5 is a 40 into 3. This would have been greater than 90 also. Let's check for this. See, this also the powers are same, so the number of divisors would be same, right? So this could also not be the correct thing. So let's do this. 2 to the power 2, 3 to the power 2 times 5. If we do this is a multiple of 15. Yes. How many divisors does it have? 2 plus 1 into 2 plus 1 into 1 plus 1, which is what? 3 times 3 times 2, which is 18. It has 18 divisors. It is multiple of 15. Hence, this is the correct number. What is this number? 2 to the power 2 is what? 4. 3 to the power 2 is what? 9 into 5. 5 4s are 20 into 9. This is 180. And 180 hence becomes the answer to this question. Right? This was a hard question, by the way. This was a hard question. Why this was a hard question? Because it required you to think a lot. First, it confused you among the PNC part. Second, we need to deduce that it is talking about number of divisors. Third, you should remember how to calculate the number of divisors of the given number after doing the prime factorization. Fourth is that the divisibility rule of 15. Fifth is your trial and error method. This involved a lot of good things. So I'll mark this question. I'll mark the LOD of this question as hard. As hard, right? Why? Because this involved much of problem solving skills and much of thinking, right? Okay. I'll hope that there are no doubts, but yeah, we'll move further. I hope that you like this question. This question was really nice, right? This question was really nice, but yeah, let's move further. This was the second question, right? This is the second question. Let's read this question. Solve for the equation and find the sum of all the possible values of x and put the answer as integer. Okay, great. Okay. Now, let's write. How do you proceed with this question? How do you proceed in real exam? So we'll discuss. We'll follow the pattern for the session. That will see how should we approach the given question, right? We approach the last question that will do something PNC, but there was nothing which we can think of. Hence, we move to number theory part, right? Same here also. What first things comes in your mind is factorization of this equation. My bad. Factorizing this equation and get the values of x. Great. So let's write the equation. It is 9 to the power x minus 4 times 3 to the power x plus 1 plus 27 equals to 0. Okay. Now, if you could see that this is not a quadratic equation, how would you factorize this? How would you factorize this? I am not able to find how to factorize this in the first attempt. But yeah, think bigger. There is something 3 to the power x. This is 9. 9 is a multiple of 3, right? 9, we can write it as 3 square. So can we write this as this? And using the properties, can we write this as this too? Right? Did we simplify something? Right? Did we simplify something? This was the most important step for this question. Now it's very simple. We'll let 3 to the power x is equals to a. The question is solved. Now this becomes the quadratic question. A square minus 4 3 is 12, a plus 27 equals to 0. This became your quadratic. And you know how to solve this quadratic equation from, this is your 7th, 8th standard math, right? This was the most important step, that you need to create 9 to the power x into 3 to the power 2x and just let 3x as another variable, right? So yeah, let's move and solve this. Very simple. Minus 12a plus 27 equals to 0. 3 9s are right. A square minus 3a minus 9a plus 27 equals to 0. If we take a as common, a minus 3 minus 9 common, this gives a minus 3 equals to 0. A minus 9 is 0 and a minus 3 equals to 0. From here, we can say that a is 9 and a is 3. Now, what was a? A was 3 to the power x. So if we take a as 9, this becomes 3 to the power x. So from here, we can get x is equals to what? 2. If we keep a is equals to 3 to the power x, a equals to 3 is equals to 3 to the power x. From here, we can say that x equals to 1. We found the two possible values of x. What was asked? Sum of the possible values. So asked thing was 2 plus 1, which is 3. 3 becomes the answer to your question. Very simple. Right? This was really very easy question. I'll keep the LOD for this question as easy. Right? Very easy thing. This was quite an easy question. Okay, let's move to the next question then. Next question. Yeah. Just a second. Let me have some water. Great. A researcher flips a fair coin n times. Okay, so there is someone who is flipping a coin. बहुत विल्ला बैठा है शायद ये बंदा, बस coin उछाल रहा है, but okay, ठीक है. उसके उछालने से question बन गया, कोई बात. चलो ठीक है. They observe that the probability of getting 6 tails is perfectly equals to the probability of getting 9 tails. How many times the researcher flipped the coin in total? अच्छा ठीक है. Nice. Do you know binomial? So the first thing which comes to our mind is that should come to your mind is binomial probability. Right? Binomial probability. Right? we have discussed how the formula came for binomial probability and all the stuffs in our courses in very deep. So you might go and check over there. So what does this say is that P of X, which is the probability, here in spite of X, we have three terms, N, P, Q, and R, right? N is the number of experiments. P is the probability of success. Q is the probability of failure. R is the number of successes, right? So if we want to find out the probability of this, then the formula is NCR P to the power R Q to the power N minus R, right? This becomes the formula. Okay, so just substituting the values, we don't know how many times we toss the coins. Okay, R, how many successes? How many tails do we want? 6 tails. 6. What is the probability of getting a success? What is a success? Getting a tail. Getting a tail in one toss. The probability of getting a tail is half. So half to the power 6. Okay. What is failure of getting ahead? What is the probability of getting ahead? It's again half. Okay. How many times? If n times the coin is tossed, 6 times we are getting tails. So we would get n minus 6 times heads, right? Clearly, n minus 6. It is said that this is equals to nc 9 times tails. Again, I'm not discussing this, how we got this again. It's just similar, right? We now just have to solve this. We now just have to solve this, right? So if we take this here, so we can say this is nothing but nc6 upon nc9, which is equals to half to the power n minus 9 upon half to the power n minus 6 into half to the power 9 whole upon half to the power 6. Great. Simple NC6 upon NC9. Simple exponents properties we could use. So this gives half to the power n minus 9 minus n plus 6 times half to the power 9 minus 6. Right? So this gives NC6 upon NC9, which is equals to n gets cancels. This becomes n to the power minus 3 into n half to the power. This gives 3. This gets cancels. This becomes 1. So we can clearly say that NC6 is equals to NC9. Right? We got this. We got this. Now, one property that you should remember that NCR is equals to NCN minus R, right? This is the very much important property. If so, just substitute this over here. We can clearly see that R is equals to C and N minus R is equals to 9. So just putting R is equals to 6 will get N is equals to 15, and 15 becomes the answer to this question. 15 becomes the answer to this question, right? If you don't remember this property, if you don't remember this property, it's great. It's great. You should not remember the formulas, right? You should remember the basic formulas, but not this type of properties, right? This is not expected, but if you remember this, the calculation gets easier. If not, then let's just calculate n minus 6 factorial into 6 factorial, which is equals to n factorial upon n minus 9 factorial to 9 factorial, right? Cut this down. This becomes n minus 9, n minus 8, n minus 7, which is equals to 1 upon 987. Okay. Now, if you are good calculator, calculate this, you will get n as 15 as your answer here also, right? Great. Okay, let's move further then. Yeah, I hope that there are no doubts in this questions. We'll move to the third question. Okay, just a second, let me have a sip. But nice. So what does this question say is that in a corporate office, 70% of the employees drink coffee, 40% drink tea, 15% drinks दोनों में से कोई नहीं पीता है तो क्या पीता है ठीक है find what percentage of the employees drinks both coffee and tea. Okay, great. So this is a Venn diagram question. Achha, talking about the LOD of the last question. LOD, again I'll say this is easy. LOD is easy. Direct formula based question. Direct formula. So if you are giving the answer for the first time, this was the question that you should solve. This was the question that you would have solved, right? So yeah, let's move further. Great. So this is the Venn diagram question. In all the Venn diagram questions, just make the diagram. There are tea and coffee, only two Venn diagrams. Okay. And this is the office. This is the office, right? So it is said, let's assume that there are 100 employees in office. We could assume anything. We could assume any number. Just for the simplicity of the calculation, we can assume 100 as the employees, right? So we can now deduce the given information that number of coffee drinkers would be what 70% of 100 is this. Number of tea drinkers would be what 40, right? And number of no drinkers. No drinkers is what? C union T ka complement is what 15%. This is 15. Yeah. This is the given information and what is asked. What percentage drink both? This is asked. C intersection T. Right. Okay. One more tip. How do you solve these questions? Just give all this A, B, C, D. Right. So we clearly know that B plus C is equals to 70 from here. C plus D is equals to 40. And we know that A is equals to 15. Right. Do we know something else? Yes. We know that A plus B plus C plus D is what? 100. Right. We know this. C plus D was what? 40. This is 40. What do we need to find is C. Let's keep. Great. Let's now solve. B plus C is equals to 70. By the way, this is an easy question. C plus D is equals to 40. A is 15 and A plus B plus C plus D equals 100. If this is the case, we can clearly say that B plus C plus D is equals to 100 minus 15, which is equals to 85, right? So B plus C plus D is equals to 85. Let's substitute B plus C as 70. 70 plus D is equals to 85. D becomes what? Again 15. If we found out D, we'll put this D in this equation. C plus 15 is equals to 40. C is equals to 40 minus 15. C becomes 40 minus 10 minus 5. C becomes 30 minus 5. C becomes 25. And if we take about percentages, this is 25% itself, right? So answer becomes 25, right? This was again a very easy question. LOD for this question is easy. You should have solved this question in your real answer, right? Let's move further. Okay, let's solve this. Let's solve this. Two friends, Arnav and Bharadwaj, are collecting red marbles. Okay, भाई दो बंदे marble collect कर रहे हैं. Aryan has X marbles, Bhavya has Y marbles. They notice that the difference between the cubes of their marbles and the cube of the Bhavya's marbles is exactly 61 more than the product of their marbles. भाई कुछ भी बना देते हैं क्वेश्चन बनाने वाले, ठीक है. What is the total number of marbles they have together? Great, ठीक है. Nice. So we have an equation in this question. We have an equation x cube minus y cube is equals to xy plus 61. Okay. So x is what? Number of marbles that Arnav have. Arnav have. Number of marbles that Bharadwaj will not write the whole name Bharadwaj, right? Okay. Now we need to find that what is the total number of marbles that they have. From the equation, this we want to find x plus y. Great. Great. I am not able to think of any solution, right? But so now we need to go back to our basics, right? X cannot be negative, right? X cannot be negative. So x and y both would be greater than or equals to 1, and it would be an integer, right? It would be either 0, 1, 2, 3. It would not be 1.2. He is not collecting second part of the marble, right? So it would be an integer. Great. Okay. Another thing. X cube minus y cube. Do you remember the property that a cube minus b cube part? A cube minus b cube is what? A minus b into a square plus ab plus b square, right? So similarly, this could be stated as x minus y x square plus xy plus y square is equals to xy plus 61. Okay. From here, can we do something mathematical that we find out x plus y? Is no. The answer is simple no. So for this to be true, this would also be an integer. This would also be an integer. So x would be an integer, y would be an integer, and x would not be equals to y, right? And x would, sorry, it could be equals to, right? Then the number of marbles are here would be 0. Okay. X could be equals to y, but x would always be greater than or equals to y, right? X could never be less than y. If there is less than, this becomes negative, and negative marbles are not the correct thing that we want, right? So x would always be greater than or equals to y. So if I say that x minus y is d, if I substitute this, I get something like this. Great. Yes. Okay. First, let's say that d is 1. Let's go from the smallest part, because if we increase this, if we increase that, then significantly this increases. Sorry, the left hand part increases significantly. Why? Because there are cubes involved, right? Because there are cubes involved. Okay. So if we say that d is 1, that means x minus y is 1. That means x is equals to 1 plus y. Right? This you get it? Great. Okay. So from here, we can clearly say that if we got this, can we substitute this in this equation? If x is 1 plus y, this becomes, and d is 1. So 1 times 1 plus y ka whole square plus x is 1 plus y times y plus y square is equals to what? 1 plus y. X is 1 plus y plus 61. Right? If we solve this, what we would get? A square plus b square plus 2y plus y plus y square plus y square is equals to, oh, acha, could we clearly remove this, right? So yeah, this becomes 1 plus y square plus 2y plus y square is equals to 61. Very simple. So from here we get 2y square plus 2y plus 1 is equals to 61, right? So from here we can clearly get 2y square plus 2y minus 60 equals to 0. If we divide it by 2, we will clearly get y square plus y minus 30 equals to 0. Can we solve this? Can we solve this quadratic equation? What is this? 5 6 are 30, right? Y square plus 6y minus 5y minus 30 equals to 0. Y taken common, y plus 6 minus 5 taken common, y plus 6, y minus 5 into y plus 6 equals to 0. Therefore, y is equals to 5 or y is equals to minus 6. Could y be negative? No. So y can, and always the number of marbles are positive, right? So if y is 5, x is 6, right? Okay. But is this the final answer? That 5 plus 6 is equals to 11? Is this the final answer? No, right? We have just assumed that b is 1, right? We have just assumed that d is 1. If we, and yeah, x minus y would be an integer, That is for sure, right? Now, if we assume that d to be 2, that means x minus y is 2. If How can this be possible? This could, for the smallest possible case, this would be x is equals to 3 and y is equals to 1. Then d can be this. If we take this and substitute 3 cube minus 1 cube, is this equals 3 times 1 plus 61? 3 cube is what? 27 minus 1, which is 26, which is equals to 3 plus 61. No, right? Right? This is not possible. So if we increase this to x, we increase this to 4 and 2, this would significantly increase. The left hand side would increase significantly because there is cubes, and right hand side, as this is linear, so this would never ever be equal. So the only possible thing would be d is equals to 1. From there we get answer as x equals to 6 and y is equals to 5. Hence, we got 6 plus 5 as the answer, which is 11. 11 becomes the answer to this question. Answer. Right? Again, this was in medium. LOD of this question was medium. Why medium? First thing. First thing. Yeah, why medium? Because just you need to think that d would be 1 only. And if we increase d, then the cases would not be correct, right? So this was the only thing that you might think of. Other than that, all the other calculations and all the other thinking part was really very easy, right? Okay. I hope that you are enjoying this. Let's move further. Let's move further then. Let's solve this question, right? NVIDIA produces two types of GPUs. Okay. NVIDIA का NVIDIA हो गया बढ़िया भाई किसने बनाया क्वेश्चन NVIDIA produces two types of GPUs. GPU नहीं भाई GPE बनाता है ठीक है X and Y. The production rates of two gadgets are represented by X and Y units per hour, both greater than 1. Okay. So two types and the production rates are X and Y, and X and Y both are greater than 1. Great. मतलब एक से ज्यादा बना देता है एक घंटे में ठीक है The efficiency relationship between two gadgets is modeled by something. Okay, it is said that log base of x of y square plus log base of y of x square is equals to 5. Okay. Moreover, the combined hourly production in terms of their product satisfies xy is equals to 27. This is also given. This is also given. Okay. Find the total combined production rates. That means they have asked x plus y. Great. Great. Again, an easy question. Again, an easy question. Just we need to solve this. So, properties comes out. 2 log xy plus 2 log yx is equals to 5. Right? 2 taken common given to the right hand side. Log base xy plus log base yx is equals to 5 by 2. Right? Change of base property. Log base AB, if we want to change it to x, log base xb upon log base xa. Clearly, we want to change y to x, right? So this becomes log base xy plus log base x upon log base x y, right? This becomes this is equals to 5 by 2. Log base x is nothing but 1. So this becomes log base xy plus 1 upon log base xy equals to 5/2, right? If we keep log base xy as a, so this becomes a square plus 1 upon a is equals to 5/2. So 2a square plus 2 is equals to 5a. So if we solve this, we get a quadratic equation plus 2 equals to 0. 2 2s are 4, or 4 1s are 4. 2a square minus 4a minus a plus 2 equals to 0. 2a taken common, a minus 2 minus 1 taken common, a minus 2 equals to 0. 2a minus 1, a minus 2 equals to 0. Therefore, a is equals to 2 or a is equals to half, right? We got this thing. So log base x of y was equals to a. We got a as 2. Log base xy is equals to 2. Okay, we got this. Right? Okay. So we say that x to the power of 2 is equals to y, right? This we can say this. Another thing, log base xy, we know that it is half. This says that x to the power half is what? Y, right? So x square is equals to y, and we know that xy is equals to 27. This is the other thing. We'll check this. Whatever is correct, we'll check. Root x is equals to y. First, let's use this. Xy is equals to 27. So we can say that x cube is equals to 27. From here, we can get that x is equals to what? 3. Right? From here, we can get x as 3. If x is 3, y would be what? 9. Okay. If we use x, root x is equals to y over here, xy is equals to 27, y is equals to root x is equals to the power half is equals to 27. X to the power half plus 1 is what? 3/2 is equals to 27. Okay. Okay. Great. How can we find this x now? How can we find this? Right? Is this ever possible? Integral base, integral. Can we get an integer? So this is what? This is 3 cube. 27 is what? Just 3 cube. We can't get this by any integers, right? So hence we just don't use this. We just don't use this. We use this. From here, we got our answers as x is equals to 3, y is equals to 9. Final answer 3 plus 9 becomes 12, and 12 becomes the answer to this question. Right? Great. Yeah. Let's move further. And let me have a sip. Okay. Yeah. So let's read this question first. A quality control inspector is testing a batch of 5 mechanical components. The batch contains exactly 3 defective and 2 working. Okay. So there are out of 5, 3 are defective and 2 are working. Okay, great. The inspector randomly selects and tests 2 components one after another without replacing the first one. After the selections, it is observed that the second component is defective. Achha. Out of this 5, they select 2. They select one after another. Okay. And it is said that the second component is defective. First they select is okay, but the second which they selected is defective. Okay. They know that the second is defective, right? So how can we get second is defective in two ways? First, they select defective, second, they select defective. Or first, they select working, second, they select defective, right? So these are the only two ways in which they can select defective pieces, right? Okay. What is the probability that the first component was also defective, right? Again, simple Bayes theorem question. Simple Bayes theorem question. It is given that second is defective, probability that first is also defective. Clearly, first is also defective. Defective is defective upon defective plus working defective. Defective. What is the probability that the first they keep is defective? 3 by 5, right? They took one, okay, no replacement. Second also defective. How many defective left? 2. How many left? 4. Right? So this is also the same. Okay. First they kept working. Working can be selected into probability of 2 by 5. Defective 3 by 4, right? Just we need to solve this. This is what? 6 by 20 upon 6 by 20 into 6, plus 6 by 20. So this becomes 6 by 20 upon 2 times 6 by 20. So if we cut this, we get half. That's the answer to this question. In percentage, right? So if they are asking in percentage, just multiply it by 100. So this becomes 50%. That's the answer. Very easy Bayes theorem question. 50 becomes the answer to this question. LOD becomes easy. Why? We have practiced many easy Bayes theorem questions. This was the most easiest question of the Bayes theorem, right? Yeah, let's go further. Okay. Yeah, let's read this question. A network administrator is configuring a server cluster and has 10 distinct machines. Each, okay, so there is some server and each server, and the server has 10 distinct machines, okay, right? So there is some server sort of stuff. There is a server. Each server has, and the server has 10 machines. Okay. Each server, each distinct machines, each assigned to a unique ID from 1 to 10, and each machine is assigned a unique number. Okay, from 1 to 10. Okay, so no two machines can have same ID, right? This is the thing that they have said in the question, right? Now, the administrator needs to select a group of 3 machines to handle a synchronized background process. Okay. So out of 10 machines, they select 3. Okay. So how many ways they can select 3? It is simple 10, see 3 ways. Okay. The system protocol will only accept the group if the sum of their 3 IDs is an even. Okay. What is a valid group? Valid group if all the 3 machines have some ID and the sum of their IDs are even. Okay. How do we get an even sum now? The question becomes this. Right? So the question becomes this, right? Great. So how can we get an even number? Can you say that even plus even is even? Odd plus even. Odd is what? 2 plus odd is what? 3 plus 2. This is 5. This is odd. So this is not the correct thing. Odd plus odd is always even, right? 3 plus 5 is what? 8. And 8 is an even number. So, right? So how many ways? Either all are even, right? 3 numbers. Why? Even plus even gives even. And this even plus even also gives even, right? Now, even plus odd, even. Odd plus odd gives an even number. Even plus even gives an even number, right? So there are only two possible ways, which is all even or even plus odd plus odd. Now this could be arranged in odd, this could be odd, odd, even, odd, even, right? This could be the cases. Okay. And how many different ways the administrator can select this group, right? One most important thing. They are not asking us to arrange. This is arrangement. They are just asking us to select, right? So there are only two things, even, and even, odd. How can we select this? How many even numbers do we have out of 1 to 10? 5 even numbers. What we have to do is to select 3, right? So this is simple selection, 5C3. What does this give? 5 factorial upon 2 factorial into 3 factorial. This is what? 5 into 4 upon 2. This is what? 10, right? Here, how are they selecting? How many even numbers do we have? 5 even numbers. We are selecting 1. Then what we have to do? Out of 5 odds, we have to select 2 odds, right? So how can we find this? 5 factorial upon 4 factorial into 5 factorial upon 2 factorial into 3 factorial. So this becomes what? 5 into 10. This is what? 50. Two cases, just add it, right? Just add it. 10 plus 50 becomes 60. 60 becomes the answer to this question. Very simple question, right? But still, I'll give this LOD as medium. Why medium? Why medium? Why medium? Because here we had to think of how do we get an even sum, right? This was the trickiest part. Other than that, everything was easy. And one more important thing was that in the question, it was just asked to select and not to arrange. Great. Okay. Let's move further to the next question. Okay. Just a second. Let me. That was simple. Okay. Yeah. So do you guys solving this questions? Are you guys solving these questions with me, or have you guys solved this? Because the same paper has been uploaded on our original on our website, on our Delta website, for free of cost. So if you guys are looking at this, you can get all the questions on our website. Just go and log in, right? Great. Let's move to the next question then. What does this question says? Let's read it. In a cult gym, okay, cult का cult हो गया, बहुत सही. In a cult gym of 100 members, okay, there are total 100 members over here. Total 100 members. Great. 85 members uses bench press. Okay, number of bench press is equals to 85. 70 use dumbbells. Number of people who use dumbbells are 70. 60 use treadmills. Number of people who use treadmills are 60. Every member uses at least one of the three machines. Okay. So 100 members है, सब कोई एक तो करता है. Every member uses at least one machine. Find the minimum possible number of members who must be using all three machines, right? Okay. Okay, so there are 100 members and all of them uses at least one, right? Machine. And also we can find out that the number of people of what was this? Bench press plus number of dumbbells plus number of treadmills, which is equals to 85 plus 70 plus 60, right? Oh, sorry, 60. This equals to 215, right? We can clearly say that this 215 is greater than 100, right? So there is some double counting over here. So there are number of some people who are doing both bench press and dumbbells. There are people who are doing both dumbbells and treadmills. There are people who are doing both bench presses and treadmills, right? Now, what do we need to do is to minimize the number of people who do all three. All three. Okay. Who do all three. Okay. We need to minimize this. For minimizing this, what do we have to do? We have to maximize. We have to maximize the people who do two machines. Right? Okay. How can we maximize? Let's say all the 100 people are doing all two stuffs, right? So 100 people are using at least one machine. I'm saying that all those 100 people are using at least two machines, right? So 200 people are using at least two machines, right? How many people still left? How many people still left? We have 215, right? We have 15 members still left, right? So we can clearly say that the 15 is the answer to this question, right? This 15 members would use all the three machines. Great. 15 becomes the answer to this question. Okay. So this was the intuition. If you don't know how to use this, there is a simple formula also. What did we have to find out was the minimum of bench press intersection treadmill intersection dumbbells, right? This is equals to what? Maximum of 0, n of bench press plus n of treadmill plus n of what? Dumbbells minus 2 times of total. So this is the formula. Using this formula, you can clearly see that this is what max of 0, 85 plus 60 plus 70 minus 2 times 100. So if we use this formula, we clearly get 0, this is what? 215 minus 200 is what? 15. So from here also we get 15 as the answer. Right? So 15 becomes the answer to this question. Let's move further then. Oh my God, this question. This question. This. How many of you were able to solve these questions in your real NSET paper? How many of you were able to solve this? Are you guys here? Right? This is, okay, talking, before moving this, talking to this, this is an LOD of, this is a medium question. Why medium? Why medium? Because there was no sort of formula to be used. It was all intuition and problem solving. There are very little people who know this formula, right? But this formula also comes after we do intuition, right? So the proof of this formula is also an intuition part, right? So yeah, going further. First, let's read this question, right? Apple has a production process where a machine randomly produces iPhones with varying quality. The quality represented by the continuous random variable X. Okay, great. Continuous random variable. Continuous random variable is described by a probability density function PDF as follows. Okay, the function they have given as f of x is equals to kx squared into 1 minus x. Great. And this belongs from 0 to 1, where x represents the quality. X is the quality. Determine the variance. We need to find out the variance of the quality store. Of the variance of the quality score, right? Oh my God. So first thing. What do we know? What do we know? That variance formula. The variance formula is what? The mean of this minus mean of x squared. This you should remember. This is something that you should remember. We could clearly prove this. The proof of this we have discussed in very much detail in our lectures, right? In our courses. You could, if you want to find how this formula came, right, we could clearly go over there and you could solve this. Okay, yeah. So this is the formula. Great. One thing, all the formulas that we know of this mean also. What does this mean? The mean, how can we find this mean? Was that the probability? What we do is that we do the summation of probability times the x, right? And the probability times the x, and always the x is not continuous, but x is discrete. Always the x is discrete. Hence, we can clearly uh, do summation to find the expectation or the mean, right? And why do we not do and divide? Because we are finding the average. We are finding the average. Why are we not dividing by total? Why? Because the probability term usually does it. The probability term usually does it, right? So if there was the equation of discrete, then the formula becomes sigma of probability times x. Here, f of x is what? Probability, right? Probability, right? So if the equation was discrete, then the mean e of x would have been this. But here comes the catch, right? X is not discrete. X is continuous. Hence, we can't do a summation. Why? Why? Very important. Why we can't do the summation? Why we can't do the summation? This is because first thing. This is because the company can produce half machine, 1/3 machine, 1/4 machine, right? And we do have the probabilities of all. If we create a graph of this, the graph could be this, right? The graph could be this, but this is the equation kx square into 1 minus x. What does this gives? This gives the probability, right? And where is x? X is over here, and probability p of x is over here. This is x, this is p of x, this is the graph. Okay. Now the first thing that you should know is that the value of probability always lies between 0 and 1. Always lies between 0 and 1, right? Both included. Also, you should know that sum of all probabilities is equals to 1, right? The sum of all probabilities is equals to 1. But here is continuous. Hence, we cannot do a sum. So can we say that the integral of 0 to 1 f of x dx is 1? Here f of x gives the probability. What does an integral gives us? Area under the graph. And we can clearly say that the area under this graph would give us what? The sum. This is nothing but sum. So what we are doing? We are doing this of this part. Let's say this is x equals to 0.7. Very small part. We are adding this with a very small part of x equals to 0.9. Right? So here comes the integration. Right? So first we'll use this. F of x is what? Kx square into 1 minus x dx. From here, we can get the value of k. Very simple. K is a constant, so it could come out of the integration part. Integration of 0 to 1, x square minus x cube dx. Simple integration. This is what? X cube by 3 minus x4 by 4 from 0 to 1. If we solve this, this is equals to 1, this is equals to 1. If we solve this, this becomes 1 by 3 minus of 0, minus of 1 by 4, minus of 0, minus minus plus of 0. Great. This is equals to 1. So if we solve this, this becomes what? K times 1 by 3 minus 1 by 4. This becomes what? K times upon 12 equals to 1. Therefore, K becomes 12. So can we say that f of x is what? 12x square in 12x square into 1 minus x, right? Now we need to find the variance. Variance is equals to E of x minus E of x square, right? Again, what is mean? Mean is what? X into probability for discrete, but for continuous, mean is integration of x of fx. For mean of x square, it is what? Integration of x square f of x dx. From 0 to 1. We now just need to solve this. Integration of 0 to 1 x, f of x was what? 12x square into 1 minus x dx. Let's solve this. If we solve this, this becomes 12x cube minus 12x to the power 4. Integration 0 to 1 dx, right? If we solve this, 12 comes outside. This becomes x to the power 4 upon 4 minus x to the power 5 upon 5 from 0 to 1. If we solve this, we can get this as 1 by 4 minus 1 by 5, right? So this comes out to be 12 times 1 by 20. This comes out to be 12 by 20. So this comes out to be 2 6 upon 10. This comes out to be 0.6. Yes, plus some constant. Integration always have this constant term. When does it has a constant term? When we didn't have this, but as we have the range given, hence the C is not to be taken care of. Right? Okay. Let's solve that then. Let's get, so E of x, now we have as 0.6. Right? Now let's solve E of x square. This is what? Integration of 0 to 1 x square f of x dx. If we want to solve this, this becomes 0 to 1 x square, 12x square into 1 minus x dx. If we solve this, 0 to 1, 12x to the power 4 minus 12x to the power 5 dx, right? 12 taken out to be here. This is x to the power 5 upon 5 minus x to the power 6 upon 6 from 0 to 1. 12. This becomes 1 by 5 minus 1 by 6. This becomes 12 times 1 upon 5, 6 are 30. This becomes 12 upon 30. 3 4s are 12. 3 into 10. This becomes 4 by 10. This becomes what? 0.4. So, right? This becomes what? 0.4. Now, what we need to do is, just subtract E of x minus E of x square ka whole square. This is the formula, right? I hope I have used the correct formula. This is the formula. I think I have wrote the wrong formula over here. This is of ka whole square, right? Could anybody tell me the correct formula? Let's see if this is the case. Then we found this as 0.6 minus 0.x square was 0.4 ka square. This gives 0.6 minus 4 4s are 16, 0.16. They solve this, 0.60, 0.16, 465, 0.44 as the answer. Is this the answer? Oops, no, this is not the answer. Hence, this verifies that this is the wrong formula that I have used. So it could be either, is it this? Because I just forgot the square somewhere. So it is the mean here. So is it 0.6 ka square minus 0.4? Is it this 0.36? Is it this 0.36 minus 0.4? This gives negative 0.04. So yeah, so the formula is this: e of x square minus e of x ka whole square. Hence, this becomes 0.4 minus 0.6 ka whole square, which is 0.4 minus 0.36. This gives 0.04 as the answer. That's the answer, right? Great. This was a very interesting question. This was very interesting question. Again, this isn't clearly the level of difficulty of this question is hard because not in your 12th syllabus. In your 12th syllabus, they don't have an continuous distribution for your probability. This is something which is out of scope for a 12th standard topics, right? But if you just stick to the basics of your integration part, because it is in 12th standard, they have clearly explained for continuous and discrete in your integration part. So if you go and combine both the topics, integration and probability, this is that question, right? So again, this was really a very interesting question, and clearly this was a hard question. Pause this question, go back on this recording, on this live, whenever you see, go back, try to look again for this question, try to look how did we solve this, look at 2 to 3 times, then only you would understand what is the correct thing. Then only you would understand how do you proceed with this question, right? Great. Let's move to the next question then. Just a second. Okay. So let's read this question first. Let's read this question first. What does this question says? That during a college alumni meet held in year 2024, okay, Reed stated that the last 2 digits of his birth year are equal to this present age. Okay, Reed का birth year का last 2 digit is equal to his current age. Okay. He further mentioned that the same condition was true for his son Sin when he was half of his age. Find the difference between the ages of Reed and Sin. Okay. Okay, interesting. How do we proceed? How do we proceed? How do we proceed? So first thing, what could be the birth year? Birth year for Reed, it could be 1900 plus XY, where XY is the digits. If this is the birth year, then the current age of Reed is equals to what? 2024 minus 1900 minus XY. This becomes what? The current age becomes 124 minus XY, right? This is 2024 minus 1900. 4 to 10. Yes, this is 124. Okay. It is said that his current age, which is 124 minus XY, is equals to last 2 digits of XY. Clearly, from here we can get XY as 62. So, can we say that the birth year was 1962 and his current age is also 62? Clearly, 2024 minus 1962 gives 2, 12, 9 as 62, right? Clearly, we can say this. Great. Now, going further. For his son Sin. For his son Sin. let's suppose since birth year is 2024 minus some sort of s, right? If scene ka birth year is this, then uh, then his age, current age would be what? 2024 minus of 2024 minus of s. This gives what? S. This means his current age is s. Therefore, his age half years back would have been s by 2, right? Half years back, if his age was s by 2, it is said that half years back his age was equals to the last 2 digits of his birth year. If his birth year is this, then how can we find out the last 2 digits? Can we find out the last 2 digits just by moduling it by 100, right? If we modulus this by 100, we can clearly say that this is equals to this minus s mod 100, right? So this gives us what? S by 2, which gives us, this is 24 minus, now, okay, s mod 100. Would s always be less than 100? Yes. Would s always be less than 100? Why? His father's age is 62. Hence, his son's age would always be less than that, right? Hence, s would be always less than 100. So this s mod 100 would be again what? S. Great. So if we solve this equation, this gives equals to 24. 3s by 2 is equals to 24. 3 8s are 24. S gives us 16. So current age is equals to 16, right? So what was asked? Difference between the age of read and seam, right? It was asked the difference. So what is asked? 62 minus 16, 12, 6, 5, 46. 46 becomes the answer to this question. Great. If I want to check that is the current age 16 correct? If the current age is 16, so it is 2024. So his birth year would have been what? 14 to 1, 2008. His birth year would have been 2008. Half years back, half years before, right? If his what it said that half years before, if his current age is 16, when he was 8 years old, it was this. Yes, this is matching. 2016. At 2016, this is his age. At 2016, his age was 8, and this is equals to the last 2 digits of his birth year. Yes, so this is also matching. Hence, the answer is correct. Hence, his current age is 16 and Brit's current age is 62. Just we need to subtract it. We found out 46, and hence 46 becomes the answer to this question. Great. Let's move further. Okay. It's 8:04. Let's solve this question and then take a slight 2-minute break. Okay. Yeah, let's do this. A developer is designing a special 6-digit access PIN for the admin dashboard of a Kanban board application. The digits available to use are 0 through 6. Okay, there is a 6-digit PIN. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And each digit may be any number between 0 and 6, both included. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Great. Okay, this is a pin. First of all, this is a pin So the first digit can be 0, right? And this is not a 6-digit number, right? Hence, first digit can be 0, right? This is the one thing that you should take care of. Okay, next, the pin must be a palindrome. Oh, first constraint. Pin must be palindrome, which means all the numbers from left to right should be equals to all the numbers from right to left. Great. The pin must have even number at its last position. Okay. At second constraint, last number should be even. Okay. The fourth digit from the left must be strictly greater than the last digit. Okay. The third constraint, fourth digit from left should be greater than the last digit. Okay. In how many different ways the developer creates such access pin? Okay, if we want to find the number of ways, okay, let's say that the pin is of the way D1, D2, D3, D4, D5, and D6, right? For this to be palindrome, can we say that D1 should be equals to D6, D2 should be equals to D5, and D3 should be equals to D4, right? For palindrome, right? If this is the case, then can we say that our pin becomes D1, D2, D3, D3, D2, D1, right? This is the case. Okay. So we solved for the first constraint. First constraint clear. Second constraint, the last digit should be even. D1 should be even. Okay. D1 should be even. So from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? 0 to through 6. So D1 could be D1 could be any 0, 2, 4, 6, right? Okay. And the third constraint is that the fourth digit from left, 3, 4. So D3 should be greater than D1, right? D3 should be greater than D1, right? Okay. D3 should be greater than D1. Okay, great. This is the way. This are D1, D3, D2 could be any, right? Right? D2 could be any. Great. Okay. So what all things do we need? We need to select properly D1. We need to properly select D3. D2 could be any, right? How many ways can we fill the digit of D2, right? We have 7 numbers. We can fill it in 7 ways, right? Okay. Okay. Let's take D1. When D1 is 0, how many digits D3 could be? It should be strictly greater than D1, right? So it could be either 1, it could be 2, it could be 3, it could be 4, it could be 5, it could be 6, right? Okay. If D1 is, okay, one more thing, repetition is allowed here. Hence, this is the correct thing. If D1 is 1, D2 could be filled in any 7 ways. D3 could be filled in 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If this is 2, this is 7, 3, 4, 5, 6. If it is 3, this is 7, 4, 5, 6. If this is 4, this is 7, this is 5 and 6. D3 can be 5 or 6. If D1 is 5, D3 could be 6. And if D1 is 6, D3 can't be anything. So this is not the correct way, right? So if D1 is 0, so how many ways can we fill D1? All the ways are 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. So what is the final thing? What is the final thing? What is the final? How many ways can we fill D3? This is how many ways? 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. These are the number of ways in which we can fill what? D3. Now, what do we need to do? Now, what do we need to do is very much simple, right? One more thing that we had to take care of was that last number should be even, right? If the last number should be even, hence D1 should be even. Hence, we just need to look at these cases. This, oh my bad, this, and this, right? If D1 is 0, which means D1 is 0, D2 could be any, and D3 could be out of any 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. How can we do this? How can we do this? This is in D1 could be filled in 1 way because it is 0. D2 could be filled in 7 ways because it is any. D3 could be filled in 6 ways. 6 7s are 42. What is another case? Is that D1 is 2. If D1 is 2, D2 could be any. So D3 should be what? 3, 4, 5, 6. So D1 could be filled in 1 way. D2 could be filled in 7 ways. D3 could be filled in 4 ways. 7 4s are, this is 28. This is the another case possible. What is one more case possible? If D1 is 4. If D1 is 4, D1 could be filled in 1 way. D2 could be any, so it could be filled in 7 ways. D3 could be either 5 or 6. So this could be filled in 2 ways. So this is what? 1 into 7 into 2. 7 to the 7, 7 to the 14. So what does our answer becomes? 42 plus 28 plus 14. So this becomes 8 plus 2 is 10. 4 plus 2 is 6 and 1. 70 plus 14. This gives 84 as the answer to this question. 84 is the answer of this question. Very simple, right? I hope that you understood. Here, just we need to take care of the constraints. We need to think properly and go and just proceed. So what is the level of difficulty for this question? This is medium. Yes, let's move further to the next question then. Okay, let's read the question. A jeweler has, do we need a break? I hope no. Let's just continue. A jeweler has a precious gemstone weighing 18 carats and its total price is this much. The price of the gemstone is directly proportional to the square of its weight. Okay. The price is directly proportional to square of its weight. So if we just solve this, it becomes P is equals to KW square. Acha, yeah, Mira, do you want a break? So after this question, let's have a break, right? After this question, let's have a break. One information that is given, that if weight is 18 carats, then the price is what? 1296 000, right? Yeah. So from here, can we calculate K easily? Yes. So 1296 is equals to K into 18, right? So K becomes what? 1296 upon 18 into 18, right? So K here becomes 2 6 2 4 8 2 8 16 2 9 2 3 6 2 2 4 4 8 2 9 4 5 6 7 8 9 divisible by 9. Yes, 9 5 9 6 4 9 3 9 27 27 28 29 30 31 32 6 9 54 4 9 36, right? So K becomes 4. So clearly we found out that P is equals to KW square, which is 4W square, right? So this becomes this. Okay. Unfortunately, the gem accidentally breaks into 4 smaller pieces, each having a distinct integer weight, right? So the gemstone was a full, वो टूट गया 4 भागों, ठीक है? What is the difference between the highest possible total value and the lowest possible total value of the 4 pieces. Great. We need to find out the difference between the highest and lowest. Great. So if we say that the total, what is the total weight? Total weight is 18. It is divided into 4 different weights, right? So 2, 3, 4. Let's suppose all the weights are A, B, C, and D. All distinct, all unique, right? So we clearly know that A plus B plus C plus D is 18, right? And we want to find out the highest possible price and lowest possible price. Right? Okay. When do we have the highest possible price? Right, highest possible. If A is 1, B is 2, C is 3, and D is what? How can we find D? 3 plus 2, 5 and 1, 6. This is 12. When this is the case scenario, see, it is said that it is unfolded into 4 smaller pieces, each of distinct weight. All have a unique weight. If this was not the case, if some of the pieces could have the same weight, then the highest price we could have got it was by keeping all the as 1 and just 1 as the biggest number. Why this would give the highest price? Because if the weight is higher, clearly the price is also higher. So the higher the weight, the higher is the price, right? So for the highest weight, the highest is the price, right? So if the weight is the highest, which is 12, this gives us the answer, right? So if 1, 2, 3, and 12 gives one scenario, for it gives the correct price for the highest. So what is the highest price? What is the highest price? 4 times the weight square, 4 into 1 square, plus 4 into 2 square, plus 4 into 3 square, plus 4 into 12 square. If we solve this, this is 4 plus 4 into 4 plus 4 into 9 plus 4 into 144, right? So this gives us 4. 4 4 is 16, 4 9 is 36, plus 144 into 4. 4 4 is 16, 4 4 is 16 and 117, 4 is 4 and 1 5, plus 576. 576 plus 36, this gives 2, 11, 6, 1, 12. This gives 16 plus 4, which is 20, plus 6, 1, 12. This gives 632. 632. Highest price is 632. Oh, just a second. I hope I have done some listing. So this is, yeah, 3 zeros are remaining over here. So the K becomes 4000, right? This is 1296,000. मैं वही सोच कि भाई सोना इतना सस्ता कैसे हो गया, right? So highest price would be what? More 3 zeros in 2000. So the highest price is what? 632 into 10 cube. Okay. Talking about the lowest price. How can we find the lowest price? If the weights are equidistant and they are in the middle, right? So 3 plus 4 is 7. 7 plus 5 is 12, plus 6. This gives 18. All the weights are equidistant. So this would give the lowest price, right? Why? If this is 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5, see, this is not 18. This is not equals to 18. For this to be 18, this would be 6. So higher the weight, it is proportional. So the price would be higher. We want the lowest price. So we can find the lowest price by this, right? So the answer is coming from 3, 4, 5, 6, right? The answer would come from 3, 4, 5, 6. So if you want to find out the weight for here, the weight would be what? 4 times 3 square plus 4 square plus 5 square plus 6 square. Right. So after this, we can clearly find that what this becomes. 4000 times 3 square is what? 9. 4 square is 16. 5 square is 25. And 6 square is 36. Right. So if we sum this all, 36 plus 25 gives 3 plus 2, 5, 61. 61 plus 16, this gives 77. 77 plus 9 gives 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 86. So this is what? 86 times 4,000. 86 times 4,000. What is 86 times 4? 6 4 are 24. 4 it's a 32 plus 2. It's 34. This is 344,000. Now, what was asked? So this is the lowest price. This is the lowest possible price. What was asked in the question? What was asked in the question? Difference between the highest and the lowest price, right? So the question is asking us highest minus the lowest, right? What was the highest price? 632,000. 632,000. What is the lowest price? 344,000. 344,000. Right? So if we subtract 632,000, 344,000, what do we find? Find 000, 12, 3, 2, 12, 6, 5. This gives 6 plus 2, 8, 8, 288,000 as the answer. 288,000 as the answer to this question. 288,000 becomes the answer to this question, right? So clearly this was an easy question, but still I'll give the level of difficulty as medium. Why? Why medium? If they would have just asked for highest, then this is an easy, but they are asking for highest and lowest, so you need to think of numbers which would give highest and the lowest value, and hence this is a medium question. Otherwise, this is an easy question, right? Just go back and rewatch the solution, and you would clearly understand if you have not understood this question, right? Okay, so now let's take a break of 5 minutes. Break of 5 minutes. Will join back at 8:26 sharp. And till then, let me just see how many questions are remaining. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, 4 questions are only remaining. Great. Okay. Yeah. Great. Let's restart now. I hope you are having fun. Yeah, चलो आगे solve करते हैं हम this question. Let's begin from the current slide. Yeah. So first, let me erase this. So yeah, uh, eraser. Great. Current slide. Yeah. Let's start reading the question. What does this question say? A tech startup is assigning desks to 6 employees, 3 backend developers and 3 front-end developers. They need to sit in a single row of 6 desks. Okay. To foster cross-functional collaboration, no two backend or front-end developers can sit next to each other. Okay. Additionally, the lead backend developer and the lead front-end developer must not sit at the extreme ends. And how many ways the employees can be arranged is asked in this question. Great. Right. So there are 6 people in 6 spaces. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The first constraint is that. What is the first constraint? That no two front-end and back-end, no two back-end and front-end developers stay together. No two back-end and front-end stays together. Okay, great. What is the second constraint? That lead backend and lead front-end developers should not be on the extreme ends. Right? Okay. Great. Now, let's just think for our first constraint. If no two front-end and no two back-end should sit together, then what is the possible correct way? It is this only, that back-end, front-end, back-end, front-end, back-end, front-end, or starts with front-end, front-end, back-end, front-end, back-end, front-end, back-end, right? These are the only two possible ways of sitting, right? Because other than that, there would be all the cases where somewhere backend and backend comes, or somewhere front end and front end comes, right? So these are the only two possible correct ways, right? Now, how do we arrange this? This is nothing but a group, right? That the backend persons should be on the adjacent places, on the places one after another, right? So there are two groups. We need to arrange those two groups. Okay. Among the group also we can arrange. So each group has 3 people. We need to arrange those 3 people, right? Those 3 people we need to arrange it in 3 factorial into 3 factorial ways. So one group is BBB, another group is FFF. This could be arranged either in this way or in this way. So there are 2 ways of arranging those 2 groups, and among those 2 groups we can arrange the people in 3 factorial and 3 factorial ways. So what is this? 2 into 6 into 6, 6 is 36 times 2. This gives 72, right? Okay. So these are the favorable. These are all possible, right? All possible. Let's move on to the second constraint. This states that LX and front end lead should not be on extreme ends, right? Okay. So can we subtract from 72? From 72, can we subtract the number of ways where LX and front-end lead are on extreme, right? Yes. So okay. Also here, do we have to use inclusion exclusion principle? Why? Why? Because either LX can be on the extreme, or the front-end lead can be on the extreme, or both can be on the extreme, right? So here we do overcounting. So for this overcounting, we use inclusion exclusion principle. First case 1, LX is whom? First of all, LX is whom? LX is backend. First, that backend lead is on starting, right? So backend, front end, backend, front end, backend, front end. So here there is LX. So this could be filled in 1, right? So other 2 backend can be arranged in 2 factorial ways, and other 3 front end could be arranged in 3 factorial ways. So total number of arrangements becomes 3 into 2 into 2, which is 12. Case 2, when front end lead is starting, right? So again, this would be also the same 2 factorial into 3 factorial, which gives 12 as the answer, right? What is case 3? That both of them are on extrements, right? So backend, front end, backend, front end, backend, front end. Here also 1, here also 1. So how many ways can we arrange 2 backend developers? 2 factorial. How many ways we can arrange 2 front-end developers? 2 factorial. This gives what? 4 as the answer. So inclusion exclusion principle says that 12 plus 12 minus 4 becomes the answer. 24 minus 4, which is 20, right? So our final answer would be what? 72 minus 20. This gives what? 52. Oh, is it 32 the answer? Have we made any error? I suppose yes, right? See, backend lead is strictly starting, but backend lead could be on the ending side also, right? This could also be front end, backend, front end, backend, front end, backend. If backend lead is over here, we can. This is also the correct case, right? This is also what? 12 ways. So just we need to multiply this twice, right? So the final answer becomes what? 12 into 2 plus 12 into 2 minus 4. 24 plus 24 minus 4, right? This is 8. 48 minus 4 gives us 44. 44, right? So the final answer is what? 72 minus of 44. This is 12. This is okay. This is 28. But the answer is 32. Something are we missing here? We are missing something. Let me check. Is something what wrong we are doing over here? What wrong we are doing over here, right? Yeah, one more mistake I found out. We multiplied 2 over here, but in the case 3 also we should multiply, right? In the case 3, where is my cursor? Yeah, here also we should multiply it by 2, right? This could be the correct case, and this could also be the correct case, right? Where the front end is starting and back end is ending, right? So here, how many? We should multiply 4 also with 2, right? So minus 8 gives what? 40. So the final answer becomes what? 72 minus 40. This is what? 32. And hence the answer is 32, and the 32 is the correct answer to this question. You understood what errors we were doing over here? We were just calculating for one case. There are another case also, backend, front end, backend, front end, backend, front end. But there is another way of front end, backend, front end, backend, front end, backend, right? So we were missing out that, and hence we were not getting the correct answer. Yeah, these things you should take care of in your real exams too. Correct. Let's move further. A technology firm, 200 employees, the human resources department tracks proficiency in 3 core technical areas: Java, MongoDB, and cybersecurity. The latest audit reveals the following data. 85 employees are proficient in Java. 75 employees are proficient in MongoDB. 90 employees are proficient in cybersecurity. Okay. The number of employees who know all three skills is exactly half the number of those who know only Java and MongoDB. Great. The number of employees who know only MongoDB and cybersecurity is equals to the number of those who know only Java and cybersecurity. 30 employees do not possess any of these three skills. If exactly 40 employees are proficient in exactly two of the skills, find the number of employees who are proficient in all three areas. Great. Long question, much information given. Let's just organize the information. See, this is a Venn diagram question. As we discussed in the past question also, in this type of questions, just make the Venn diagram and give the values A, B, C. Let's do this. Let's do this for easier way of visualization. So sorry. Let me erase this all this stuff. Okay, it's not selected. Eraser. Erase those things. Okay. Let's start again. Yeah. Let's draw three Venn diagrams. 1, 2, 3. Right. Let's give, this is Java, this is MongoDB, and this is cybersecurity. The people who know only Java is A, only MongoDB is B, only cybersecurity is C. Both Java and Mongo is X, only both Java and MongoDB is X, only Mongo and cybersecurity is Y, only Java and cybersecurity is Z. D is the number of people who know all. E is that none of them, none, right? Now let's just, there are 200 employees. There are total 200 employees. So can we say this? A plus B plus C plus X plus Y plus Z plus D plus E is equals to 200, right? Can we say this? And clearly, right? Okay. Second information. 85 employees are proficient in Java, which is AXDZ. AXDZ. A plus X plus D plus Z is 85. Okay. Then 75 in MongoDB. 75 in MongoDB. A plus X plus D plus Y. B plus X plus D plus Y is equals to 75. Right? Now, 90 employees are proficient in cybersecurity. C plus Z plus D plus Y. C plus Z plus D plus Y was what? 90, right? This is 90. This is the given information. Let's move further. The number of employees who know all the three skills is the number of employees who know all the three skills. Yes, it is D. It is what? Exactly half the number of those who know only Java and MongoDB. Only Java and MongoDB, right? Only Java and MongoDB is what? X. It is equals to 2 times X. Right? The number of employees who know only MongoDB and cybersecurity is equals to the number of employees who know only Java and cybersecurity. Mongo and cyber is Y. Java and cyber is Z. So Y is equals to Z. Only is the case, so it is this. Right? Great. 30 employees do not possess any of the three skills, right? So we can say that E is equals to 30. Great. If 40 employees are proficient in exactly 2 of the skills, exactly two, right? So X plus Y plus Z is 40. Find the number of people who are proficient in all three. So we need to find D, right? We have written all the important informations, right? Let's just use. So in this type of question, you got the equation, right? You got the equation. Let's just substitute, right? Let's just substitute. Okay. first thing that came to my mind is, let me add all this, right? If I add this, I get a plus b plus c, right? X is coming twice, y is coming twice, z is coming twice, d is coming thrice, right? X plus y plus z plus 3 times d is equals to what? 85 plus 75 plus 90. 85 plus 75 plus 90. This is what? 160 plus 90. This is what? 250. This is equals to 250, right? A plus b plus c plus 2 times x plus y plus z plus 3d is equals to 250. Okay, great. We know that x plus y plus z is equals to 40. We know that x plus y plus z equals to 40. So we can say that a plus b plus c plus 2 times 40 plus 3 times d is equals to 250, right? So we can say that a plus b plus c plus 80 plus 3d is equals to 250. Can we clearly get a plus b plus c in terms of d? Yes. This is equals to what? 250 minus 80 minus 3d. Right? If we do, pen got disselected. Yeah. Just a second. हाँ. एक सेकंड भैया. हाँ. Sorry guys for the interruption. Yeah, so let's continue from the current slide, right? So if we solve this, we can clearly get a plus b plus c in terms of d, right? So a plus b plus c is what? 250 minus 80 is what? 170 minus 3d. Now, can we clearly substitute this in our this equation, right? A plus b plus c is equals to what? 170 minus 3d. 170 minus 3d plus x plus y plus z. X plus y plus z was what? 40 plus 40 plus d plus e. E was what? E was what? 30 plus 30 gave us 200 as the answer. 200 as the answer, right? So if we solve this, 170 plus 70 minus 2d is equals to 200. This gives us 240 minus 2d is equals to 200. 2d is equals to 40. D is equals to 20. 20 becomes the answer of this question, right? 20 becomes the answer to this question. Great. We just needed to solve for the equations and we are good to go for this type of equations, right? Yeah. Let's move further. So let's read this question. A game developer is testing a drop system. Just a second. There is someone asking the questions in the chat. Let me read those questions. Ask your query in the end. Okay. It is about interview. What to prepare for interview, because my interview is on 25th. I got fast tracked. Oh, acha. Due to JEE, you got fast tracked and you are okay. Stick to your basics. कुछ extra मत बोल देना in the interview, right? जो पूछा है उसके हिसाब से just confidently give your answer and you are good to go, right? For the preparation, just go through the topics, major topics like probability, PNC, and number theory. You can expect some very easy LR questions, but the probability is really very less, right? You just prepared 3 important topics: number theory, PNC, and probability. Great. Let's move further to this question. Other, you just solve more and more questions, Chirag, right? You just solve more and more questions. Yeah, so let's first complete this, right, Chirag? Let's just first complete this questions. Then we'll talk about interview at the last. Chalo, great. So what does this question say is that a game developer is testing a drop system with 2 digital loot crates. Crate A has 4 epic and 6 rare. Okay. There is some epic and rare. 4 epic and 6 rare. Okay. Crate B contains 5 epic and 5 epic and 3 rares. Okay, we created a table. Great. A background script randomly moves one weapon from A to B. Afterwards, from one is selected from B. If the weapon drawn from crate B is an epic weapon. Okay. If the weapon drawn from crate B is epic weapon, what is the probability that the weapon transferred from crate A was a rare weapon, right? See, this question is very much similar to the question that we solved before, right? There was one question, similar, exactly same question. Let me go back to that question. This is exactly the same, right? Same base theory question. So let's just solve this. This where the question went. So my bad. Sorry, guys. Yeah. So what does this say? That it is known, it is given that the second drawn weapon is an epic weapon. How can we get a epic weapon? That first it was rare, then it was epic, or first it was epic, the transferred weapon was epic, and the chosen weapon was also epic, right? So these are the end. It is said that what was that? That it was first is rare. So this is the probability that it is that we need to find. First, what is the flow? One weapon goes from A to B and one is selected, right? So first, if we select rare, what is the probability? 6 by 10. Then we select an epic from B. 5 upon 5 plus 3, 8 and 1, 9. 5 by 9 upon 6 by 10 into 5 by 9 plus. If we transfer epic from A to B, selecting an epic was 4 by 10, right? Now here, from here also we select an epic, right? How many epics now do we have? 6. How many total? 9, right? So this becomes the answer. If we solve this, clearly the denominator gets reduced. 5 6 are 30, whole upon 5 6 are 30 plus 24 becomes the answer. So 30 plus 54, which is 15 upon 2, 2s are 4 and 1, 2 7s are, 3 5s are, 3 9s are. So 5 by 9 becomes the answer to this question. Answer. LOD. Simple, easy. Right? Bayes theorem. Five by 9, or we can say it is 0.56. 5 by 9, 0, 0. Oh, 5 by 9. 0.59 are 45, 50. This would be 0.5 bar. If we round off, this gives us 0.56. Great. Yes. Yeah. Let's. How many questions are remaining? This one question, and I think so. This is the last question. 2 questions are remaining. Great. Okay. So yeah, let's read this question. While resetting his security pin, Rohan realized that he forgot his 6-digit code from of form X123 X6, where the same digit X was repeated in the first and the fifth positions. He remembered that the entire code was divisible by 36. Okay. So there was a person who forgot his bank ATM pin, right? So bad of him. X1, 2, 3, X6, right? X1, 2, 3, X6. So he remembers that his second, third, fourth, and sixth digits are 1, 2, 3, and 6 respectively. Now he wants to find the value of X, right? But he also remembers that thus whole pin is divisible by 36. For a number to be divisible by 36, let's first do the prime factorization. 18 2s are 36, right? 2 9s are 3 3s are 3 1s, right? So for this number to be divisible by 36, it should be divisible by 4 and it should be divisible by 9, right? Right? It should be divisible by 4 and it should be divisible by 9. Why? Because this number could be written in the form of 4 into 9, right? 4 to the power n, 9 to the power m, right? Great. Or we can say that it should be divisible by 2 and it should be divisible by 3, right? Both can be the correct thing. Great. Okay. First, for divisibility by 4, what is the divisibility test? That the last two digits should be divisible by 4. Let's check. If the last two digits should be divisible by 4, which means the sum should be a multiple of 2. So x plus 6. Sorry, not my bad. The last two digits should be divisible by 4. Okay, 6. Is 0, 6 possible? Is 0, 6 divisible by 4? No. 1, 6? Yes. 2, 6? No. 3, 6? Yes. 4 9s are 36. 4, 6? No. 5, 6? Yes. 6, 6? No. 7, 6? Yes. Right. Similarly, 8, 6? No. 9, 6? Yes. So all the odd numbers, for all odd x's, the number is getting divisible by 4. So from here we can get that x is either 1, 3, 5, 7 or 9. Okay. For the number should be divisible by 9. Divisible by 9. Sum should be divisible by 9. Great. So x plus 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus x plus 6 is what? 6 plus 3 is 9 plus 2 is 11 plus 1. 12 plus 2x should be divisible by 9. Okay, let's keep x as 1. 12 plus 2, it is 14. Is it divisible by 9? No. 12 plus, let's keep x as 3 now. 3 2s are 6, 18. Is it divisible by 9? Yes. Let's keep it 5. 5 2s are 10, 22. Is it divisible by 9? No. 12 plus 7 2s are 14. This is what? 26. Is it divisible by 9? No. Let's keep it as 9. The last 9 2s are 18. This is 30. Is this divisible by 9? No. So the only thing is this, where x was 3. So the answer becomes 3 1 2 3 T 6. This becomes his ATM pin. 312336 becomes the answer to this question. Right? Did you understand? Just we need to find out the divisibility test for 36. If it was that it should be divisible by 4 and it should be divisible by 9 also. Right? Great. And one more thing. For divisibility by 2 and 3, right? For divisibility by 2 and 3, why it should not? Why always 2 to the power n is not the correct thing? Because n should always be 2, right? If it is divisible by 2, then this, and it is divisible by 3, then this number is also divisible, but it is not divisible by 36. not divisible by 36, right? This number, if we divide this number by 36, it is not divisible, right? So we don't do this, correct? So it should be either divisible by 4 and 9, right? Let's move further. This is the last question. Talking about the LOD for this question, LOD was medium because cases were involved. Right? Great. Let's move to the last and the final question for the night. Right? Chef has a jar containing a blend of juice to water. Okay. Juice to water. The ratio is 5 is to x. Okay. Okay. If the ratio is 5 is to x, 5 is to x, can we say that we have juice as juice 5k and water as xk, right? He pours 4 liters of this blend. Okay, this blend ka 4 liters. That means juice plus water. That means juice plus water, which is equals to 5k plus xk is equals to 4, right? So we can say that k times 5 plus x is equals to 4. Yes. Okay. He pours 4 liters of this blend into a bowl and adds 1 more water, 1 liter of water. Okay, so now finally, how much juice do I have? I have 5k of juice, but water I have xk plus 1 liter extra, right? After mixing, the ratio becomes 1 is to 1. So after this, the ratio becomes 1 is to 1. So 5k upon xk plus 1 became 1, right? So we from here we got the second equation that 5k is nothing but equals to xk plus 1, right? This is the equation 1. This is the equation 2. Two equations, two variable. Equation solved. 5k plus xk. From this only 5, we can say that 5k is equals to xk plus 1. 5k is equals to xk plus 1 is equals to 4. Xk plus 1 plus xk equals to 4. 2xk plus 1 equals to 4. 2xk is equals to 3. Xk is equals to 3 by 2. Okay. Clearly. Now let's keep. Okay. Right. This is the thing. Okay. One thing that we great. Okay. So these are the two equations. Juice, we have this 5k xk plus 1. Great. Yeah. So two equations we have is k into 5 plus x is equals to 4. And the another equation is 5k is equals to xk plus 1. Right. So from here we found out that xk is equals to 3 by 2. If xk is equals to 3 by 2 plus 1, 5k becomes 5 by 2, and hence k becomes half. If k is half, then clearly we can get x as 3. X is equals to 3. What is asked in the question? What is the correct value of x? X is 3, and 3 is the answer to this question. Right? You found that again, this is a very LOD easy. Right? So here we are at the end of the question paper. So this was the whole attempt. This was your Gen attempt. If we see the, let me see the LOD, that how many easy, how many medium questions were there. Okay, let's quickly discuss that how many questions you should have easily solved. Yes, Mira, finally we have done. Let's keep the annotations. Let's do it from here. So Hard one. So this, okay, this was an easy question you should have solved clearly, just simple equation solving. This was an easy question, simple, direct formula based. This was also an easy question, direct, right? Then this was an medium question because in this questions you had to what to say, think about the cases where x minus y should be integer, and if we increase x minus y, the left hand side increases much faster than the right hand side, and hence we can't get an equation because in the left hand side there was a cubic thing and the right hand side there was a linear thing in this question, right? uh, this was is again a simple logarithm equation solving question. Just go through the properties and you are good to go. Again, simple Bayes theorem question. This was a medium question, right? Why this was a medium question? Uh, because there was a selection possible and the sum we should be even, right? And yeah, again, this is a medium question. Yeah, so there were questions which were easy. So there were 4 to 5 questions easy, which you must have solved it very easily. अब चिराग की भावनाओं को शांति देते हैं. श्रीमय, over to you.
Okay. Maybe now I am audible.
Sure.
Type it in the chat. Am I audible right now, or is it still not audible? Hello, mic test, mic test, mic test. Oh, Srimay Bhaiya, make sure. Sure. Go ahead, Chirag. And yeah, by the time Chirag asks his question in the chat, just for all of you who would be watching this live session probably later sometime, uh, I had already done this announcement in the start, but there are a lot of free resources that are available on our Delta website. You can go and check it out in the description. There are 2 tests. One is a sample test paper, one is a Jan attempt paper. Not exactly the Jan attempt paper, but a paper which is very similar to Jan attempt. Right? So that is one thing that you should definitely check out. If you want to prepare, then on a Delta YouTube channel, there are a lot of master classes that are available, right? So you should go and check them out. They are really helpful for clearing all your concepts. And apart from that, if you have any doubts, you can join the Telegram community that we have, or you can personally message me on Instagram. You will get all the links in the description. I talked with people but want your opinion. Yeah, sure. On what do you need my opinion? What's your reviews for Scaler? Okay, so see, it's very simple. If you are someone, there are few criteria. Firstly, you should be interested in tech. Second, you should have a you should be inclined towards joining a academically heavy college, not a random. I mean, if you're someone who wants to explore a lot, probably who wants to figure out life, then probably Scalar is not a place. It's a place for focused people who wants to pursue something in CS, right? So that is another criteria, and I feel whatever promises, whatever things they are mentioning in videos and on their website, if it's not 100% true, it's definitely 80% true. Okay. Every company will definitely sugarcoat a little, but that's very little. Trust me. 80% of the things that they mention are really there that exist on college. Correct. But yeah, I think for me, it has been a great journey if you ask me personally. Uh, like I was someone who had zero tech background, but right now I don't feel that I am lagging behind a lot in terms of my peers. The things that were taught here were from very basics, so that wouldn't be a issue. Definitely, you will need to work a little hard compared to others who already have a tech background or sort of stuff. But yeah, eventually things are taught from basics. The teachers are good. The peers that you get, I mean, it's on you how you select your peers. In every college, there are good and bad people. But if you have a good peer group, you will excel a lot. And if you fall in bad one, then probably improve. But yeah, I think it's a great place to be at for a CS enthusiast. 4 years fees is 27 lakhs around, but is there more expense they ask for? The college will not ask for anything else. I mean, apart from this 27 lakhs, there might be a bus fee which depends on whether you opt in or opt out of the bus service. But apart from that, they will not ask for anything else or anything more. Dude, your words are matching from my video essays, literally, damn. Oh, hey Shrima, where is dashboard? Because there is not any dashboard you all were talking about. I mean, which dashboard were we talking about?
Is it the Delta dashboard? Uh,
I'll definitely show you my video essays. Sure, Mira. I hope Chirag, all your doubts are clear. We can end this session right now. Just give me a thumbs up or whatever. In Delta. Uh, I think we weren't mentioning about any dashboard. We were basically telling that there are two.
uh, this Delta dashboard means you just log in to the Delta website. On the website itself, there are free resources. So you just click over that free resources, you will get the list of all the free resources. So that is the dashboard, our original website ka dashboard, right? So that's the thing.
Oh, okay, okay. Why bus? I want to opt for hostel. I mean, you will be opting for hostel for sure. That is not an option, I guess. That's compulsory. But to go from hostel to campus and from campus to hostel, you will need a bus service. Because it's for our hostel, it's 1.5 kilometers, and the other hostel that we have, it's approx 4 kilometers away. So that's the bus service I was talking about. I am from Indore. Oh, cleanest city. Nice.
Acha, by the way, Mira, as you were from the first till last, how did you thought about the paper NSET, uh, especially maths part? Was it easy, difficult, hard? Because I suppose it was on the medium level. Not all questions were tough.
Maths is easy. Oh, nice.
Great, great.
I got fast track. Congratulations, Chirag, on that. But LR is too lengthy. Yeah, that has been the change this year. Like till last year LR was very easy. Like we used to always suggest ki go for LR first, but this year definitely LR questions are lengthy. But having said that, it's not that tough. They have just played with the language. So if you practice
and
enough,
in the next attempt there can be the way where math gets
yeah,
lengthier and LR gets shorter. So I just before starting I just told, right, कि भाई एक बार पूरा पेपर देख लो और उसके हिसाब से यू स्टार्ट, और मेक श्योर योर बेसिक्स आर क्लियर, बाकी तो क्या ही है.
yeah. So Chirag, we are waiting. Any more questions, or we should? I mean, if you have any questions later, you can any day reach out to me on Telegram or on my Instagram handle. Again, you will find everything in the description. Internship is easy or tough to get. Easy if you are very good, tough if you are not good. Depends, and also
भाई
depends on
मार्केट बड़ा है,
what kind.
मार्केट बड़ा है, सब तेरे पे डिपेंड करता है.
Also depends on what kind of internship you are targeting. I mean, if you want a 10,000 kind of internship, it's easy to get. But if you want 50, 75K, 1 lakh per month, then it's a little tough, definitely.
इफ हियर मैथ्स ठीक, और क्या करूं 9 days, थोड़ा रोड मैप बताओ. ठीक ठाक जा रहा, और क्या करूं यार, क्वेश्चन सॉल्व करो यार. अभी तो मतलब जितने भी कहीं से भी सिमिलर क्वेश्चंस मिले, जो भी डेल्टा पे, जैसे डेल्टा पे सिंपल पेपर इज फ्री, the attempt is free, go and try to solve as many questions as you want. Or if you want more questions, there are further more courses available. I know there are paid things, but we have 10 tests. We also give proper interview preparation, and one module we also have the course recordings where we are teaching each and every topic from very basic. So uh, if your basics are not clear, then you should go over there. Apart from that, if you don't want to go for any paid things, try to solve JE PYQs. I suppose that they would help. But the most basic difference in your JEPYQs or any other exams in NSET is that the language, right? JEPYQs mostly it is formula based, or it is very lengthy solving part, right? But in NSET, they have the most common thing is that they test on your problem solving skills, right? So the question could be solved in very long way also. But if you just crack one thing, the question is just one line answer, right?
Sure, Mira, you can message. I really want to come to Scaler. I was studying for IIT from last year, but I'm switching to Scaler. Will it be worth it? I'll give my best. I am financially losing. Uh, See, Chirag, I mean, uh, honestly, you should give it a thought because whenever you talk about taking loans and all of that stuff, I never suggest ki ha 100% go for it. It's a very personal decision. It also depends from individual to individual. So I'll suggest ki talk with people, have a thought on it, and talking about the fact that you are switching from IIT to Scalar. Again, I have a little conflicting opinions on this. I think having prepared 2 years for an exam, definitely give scalar exam, try it. If you crack it well and good, I mean the interviews. But apart from this, you should also try for exams like MHTCT. I mean state exams. For me, I always say MHTCT because I was from Maharashtra, right? So you can try state exams. You can try other exams, our other government exams. The only reason I am saying this is because let's say you get admission in Scalar and somehow you decide ki you will not be able to come here for any particular reason. Then it shouldn't be the case that you don't have option to join any other college or you have missed the exams, right? So I always suggest ki you should definitely give all the exams that are related to JE or similar to JE, correct? And definitely give scalar, give the interviews, and if you are sure, if you are fine, if you have finalized your decision of coming here, then probably stop giving other exams.
Yeah, just one point I need to add is that if you really want to do computer science and you are interested specifically in computer science, then only keep Scalar as your first preference,
Yeah.
right? Because if you are not sure about that, but if you are मतलब थोड़ा भी अगर तुम्हें कंप्यूटर साइंस पढ़ना है देन ओनली कम, अगर तुम्हें कॉलेज आके मस्ती मस्ता करना है या कुछ और you want to explore more on other sides too, then go to traditional colleges because there is more exposure about other stuffs in that colleges than in Scalar. In Scalar, uh, this is building, but it would take long years.
Yeah, definitely. Extracurriculars are much better in other colleges, much on a higher scale. So you, if you are someone who wants to explore, you should definitely try other colleges then. Yes, I am giving the advance. I just want good curriculum as I don't want to go through chemistry and physics again. Arey. I mean, that is not a good enough reason to join Scalar, to be very honest.
Yes, yes.
भैया बस प्रैक्टिस का बताओ, मैथ्स का सिलेबस कर लिया है, ठीक ठाक क्वेश्चंस कर रहा हूँ, बट समझ नहीं आ रहा बस कैसे अब प्रैक्टिस करूँ। यार एलेक्स, एलेक्स आई विल कॉल यू एलेक्स, या सो एलेक्स देखो यार, मतलब एग्जैक्ट रिसोर्सेस, मतलब एग्जैक्ट जो एनसेट लेवल या एनसेट टाइप ऑफ क्वेश्चंस है, वो तो तुम्हें डेल्टा पे जो दो मॉक टेस्ट मिलेंगी, एक सैम्पल पेपर और एक जो जैन अटेम्प्ट पेपर है, यही तो अवेलेबल है। बट इसके अलावा इफ तुमको क्वेश्चंस करने हैं तो जेई मीन्स के पीवाईक्यूज ही करो, क्योंकि उससे बहुत सारे कंसेप्ट क्लियर होते हैं, राइट। इवेंचुअली तुम्हें एग्जाम में जाके सिर्फ वो स्टोरी को डिकोड करना रहेगा, वो स्टोरी में जो एक दो कंसेप्ट लग रहे होंगे उनको अप्लाई करना होगा। तो आई थिंक इफ तुम जेई मीन्स के पीवाईक्यूज भी करते हो तो इट विल हेल्प यू अ लॉट, ऐसा नहीं है कि उससे कोई हेल्प ही नहीं होगी। बट अगेन क्योंकि रिसोर्सेज लिमिटेड है तो यू इवन वी डोंट नो कि और क्या कर सकते हो, क्योंकि है ही नहीं अभी एट दिस पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम इन मार्केट, करेक्ट। तो वही एक दिक्कत है। No, that's just the one side. I'm inclined for tech. Yes, Shira. Like main maths ka.
Just okay, Srimai. So I think
Yeah,
uh
we should end the session. If you all have any more doubts, you can reach out to us. Mira, uh, we will add those in the. We haven't added the PDFs, I guess, yet.
10th I suppose the
Share
10th
the.
class was just for the paid batch, so it is only visible for the students who are paid, right? So uh, so that's the thing. Uh, from
I am solving PNC and probability from Arun Sharma, but when I solved this live stream, they were very different. Like from Arun Sharma, they are very short, but here they are like 7 8 line. Yeah, that's what.
that's the thing, right? That is the differentiator of NSET. If तुम फालतू की इंफॉर्मेशन हटा दोगे ना तो ये भी एक दो लाइन के ही है क्वेश्चन, ये स्टोरी बना देता है अनन्या so or whoever you are, right? They just make story out of things, बाकी तो सब सेम ही है.
Mira, then probably message in the group. I'll guide you personally. Don't worry on that. Bhaiya, can you give a demo of video essay? So see, in video essay, the purpose is very simple. They want to know your intent, right? Now it should start off with your intro. Ki who are you, from where are you, and what you are doing currently. Correct. After that, you should tell ki why you want to join Scalar School of Technology. What is your motivation? Correct. And after that, you should tell ki how do you think ki your end goals will align with what Scalar School is teaching. So these are the three parts that you should answer. Maybe in future we probably drop a video on our channels regarding how you should uh, maybe shoot your video essay. But for right now, I'll say this much is enough. And also don't worry a lot. It's not something that is marked. I mean, the video essay would be of use majorly when two students have same marks and they just want to take one of you. So at that time they will probably look at your video essay, and the one who have a higher intent of joining Scalar will be selected. But having said that, you don't need to just flatter them. You just need to say good things about them. या मस्का नहीं लगाना है. Be real, be honest. That is one of the very इम्पोर्टेंट पर्पस ऑफ दैट वीडियो ऐसे भाई कौन से इम्पोर्टेंट टॉपिक्स हैं एनसेट के लिए आपके हिसाब से? यार देखो एलआर में कुछ डिसाइडेड नहीं रहता है, हर बार अलग अलग इससे अलग अलग इम्पोर्टेंस के मतलब अलग अलग नंबर ऑफ क्वेश्चंस आ जाते हैं, बट मैथ्स में तो पीएनसी, प्रोबेबिलिटी एंड नंबर थ्योरी ये तीन सबसे ज़्यादा इम्पोर्टेंट है। नाउ से बाय डूड, हैव अ ग्रेट डे। स्केलर की एड्स ही आ रही है दिन रात मेरे को आजकल। यस, वंस यू गेट लूप्ड इनटू द एल्गोरिथम यू विल ऑलवेज सी दैट।
तुम ये पढ़ोगे इधर आके कि तुम्हें ही क्यों आ रही है रिकमेंडेशन सिस्टम।
सही
ठीक है,
बात।
व्हाट्सएवर
चलो
गाइस,
बाय बाय।
आज के लिए इतने ही है।
यस,
बाय बाय।